I hear you, but it's difficult. And I'm trying. It's difficult because as a little boy, who didn't come to the capital any day. When I ever came to Monrovia, if I came to town, if I saw the baby in me, I was sitting in the car and looking at the baby. In 2010, some friends came around and asked me to be representative. What is that meeting about? And so I was a young guy holding that meeting. He said, you're going to come to me. And I remember it was at a Bealded hotel. I went upstairs to see a room. And he said, young man, what's your name? I said, my name is Jeremiah. He said, see you for the first time, my spirit takes you. I'm running for president, and I want you to run on my party today. That was it. Said that day, I became a son. He lifted my hand and won the election overwhelmingly. The day we had the speaker election was my first day in capital, even know where the chief was. It was this man who lying here that brought me here. If it wasn't for him, I would not be here. And that's why I'm one of those who believe God sent me for many things, but I was one of the reasons why God sent me. And so thank you for bringing me this far. If I stay here to pay tribute, it will not end. I will tell you. Then we have a political place, I will only tell the political part. In 2017, he also lifted my hand, and I won again for the second time I represent. At that point, I decided politics, I wanted to make money, and in the private sector, there's no money. I told the people thinking in my district I was running no more. I was okay with politics, and after the 6 years, I would go to the private sector. Senator Yana and Uncle Kathy have gone with Senator Johnson to Benin at either ECOWAS conference or some conference. And when they came back, they go over and call me and say, no, we left Senator Johnson. But the discussion we have with him, get yourself prepared until he's coming to make you senator. And when Senator got to the airport, he asked that I go to the airport. When I got there, he said, Jerry, get prepared to be senator. And I said, Senator, if you want me to be senator, then you got to declare it. And he called the county and said, Jerry is my next senator. And he was with me everywhere in the country, and we won. I became senator. I had 9 years. And so I said, okay, let me focus and get work for my people, and maybe after the 9 years, I can exit. In 2010, around December, late November, early December, I'm getting ready to come for section. And I got a call from Mary Ilu, who is somewhere around this corner here today. When I picked the call, I said, Mary, he said, talk to the senator. The senator said to me, Jerry, I said, yes. He said, you are approved. Get ready to be president of Liberia. He said, president. I said, president for what? He said, for Liberia, and after that money, maybe you chief or two people. I think okay, chief. He said, why be excited? Are you scary? I said, no, chief, I'm scared. And all I thought it was a joke. So I came to session. The next day, he called me to his house. He said, Jerry, you got to run. I grew you because I wanted you to be after me. Lima is empty. If you don't run, Lima could lose for both of us because I'm not running for president, I'm running for my seat. And so you must fill in this gap. So I resigned from the party and you will take over the party as the political leader, the standard bearer of the party. Because I tried 2 times. Then I bring people say, no, let me try you. As I say, let's take on the standard bearer part, let's talk about political leader. Because there is something, no discussion, no preparedness, nothing. And the press started hearing the news calling me, and they didn't want to confirm it because my old man got down. When he said something in the morning, they hear it, he could flip it. So I was careful. I tell you all things I'm making it my bed habit today. I will not touch on because tomorrow we are touch on the opposite lie. But I didn't know he was serious. Knowing Senator Johnson, that we all know he was a man who was a rooster, and when he crowed, no other rooster should crow. Why would he want me to be a leader? So it was unbelievable. When we got in Canada, the program was about to start. I tell the guy, I can still change his mind. I will not say anything until he cast the white ballot. He said, I'm old, and boom, then the boom will take over from here and continue. Right after that, we got in Monrovia. I got a call from President Guar that he wanted to see me. When I got there, he said, my son, I want you to support me. I said, Chi, I hear you. I supported you in 2017. I will talk to Senator Johnson and I will get back to you. The next morning, I'm going. I went to the house. No, I was called by President Vice President Barker last night. And he wanted me to support him. He said, I'm not spoken to him since 2017. I love the number. Give me a number. Let's support him. When I gave the number, he called 2-3 times. President, former Vice President Barker at the time, now I had number 2. So he called me and said, I'm calling the woman answering me, whether he get angry with me for 2017. So I said, let me call Jake. I called Jake, and Jake ran to the former president, former Vice President Barker at the time, and they both spoke. And he was up front. He said, take my son, and we will support you. President Barker, being the person who he is, want to do things the way he wishes, and nobody can put you. He said, saying that I hear you, but I will make my decision. After some time, the woman called me and said, Chief, I will support you. But there was nothing like VP. But I was saying that Johnson, he was somebody when he wants something, he didn't be around the pool, the thing you want to be diplomatic about it, he will open it up. I remember he called the Nima Quadro people across the country. They gathered in Monrovia and he stood up there and cried. He said, you're supporting. 2017, we all know the story. Senator Johnson and somebody who you can be in Canada now, you call him, but I get your 5 here, you can't get for it. Millions were made available to him. He said no. He said there is a mission, and we complete the mission is a time and a time. Happiness. There are videos of some of the things we said. We went from every village and town in England. And I'm here today. So if I say to you, I believe I'm one of those who don't think things were accomplished. Saying that thank you. Promise far. Thank you. God bless you.
That's the Vice President of the Republic of Liberia giving a touching story there. Yeah. Real TV, Truth FM, 96.1.
Call on the Pewee for announcement. Pewee family announcement, please.
Vice President Jeremiah Pankun just gave a touching story concerning his political career, how the senator uh, was a great help and touching story there. So, Representative Togar will now give the announcement on behalf of the family.
Praise the Lord. God is good all the time. Well, I'm very much thankful to the Almighty God, our Creator, and also to all of members of the legislature, government officials, clergy, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the full estate, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Johnson's family, we would like to have you informed that right after this program will be proceeding to the church behind ELBC, and by 7 p.m. today the way starts up to wee hour, and then from there tomorrow we'll be proceeding to dinner. After the worshiping by 11 p.m. today, the body will be taken back to Streppers, and then tomorrow morning we will converge there to receive the body once again for subsequent departure to Lima County. Thank you. God bless you. God bless Liberia.
So that's the announcement there.
Honorable
That's
Vice
it.
President, Mr. Speaker, Madam Pro Tem, members of the 55th National Legislature, let me at this time recognize Her Excellency Josephine Nkrumah, ECOWAS Ambassador to the Republic of Liberia, who is here to grace this occasion. As regards the protocol for the viewing of the body, the undertakers will prepare by flipping the Liberian flag a little, and the Vice President, the Speaker, the Pro Tem, the members of the 55th National Legislature will be the first to view. Then that will be followed by cabinet ministers and officials of government here present. Then sympathizer with others.
Look at the people.
Don't.
Yeah. What you want to? What you want to?
The view coming
Yeah,
out.
the viewing.
Yes.
You can see a view from where you can see a view from where you
Please, no closer.
Please.
So the Vice President, along with the Senate,
Yes.
will be the first to view, and then followed by the Speaker, members of the House of Representatives, captain
Thank you.
members,
Thank you, ma'am.
ambassador, sympathizer, and all. Vice President will, in the Senate, will move this way and make a round around the casket and return to their seats. After the benediction,
We will now call Reverend Sagashon Echola for benediction.
Father, we thank you. We bless you. In Jesus' name.
Sergeant, I need to stay right now, please. So I can capture. Thank you.
Yeah. What's the other one on there?
So the beauty of the body still proceeding.
Thank you, thank you. That brings the end. Next program, we ask the undertaker to prepare, invited to be removed from here to the Christ Chapel Church in Nyenwolo. Please, please. That is the end. Let's close this program. That is the end.
That's it. Let's bring to an end of this ceremony here at the grounds of the Capitol building. The viewing of the list senator has been done and is concluded. My name is Leo Lama. The body will be taken down to his church in the Pinsville behind the LBS there, or in at Lofa Street where his school is, the Prince Johnson School is. From there where the night of wake keeping will be.
Liberia TV, 2 FM,
divided by
Liberia
11.
TV, 2 FM,
On Liberia TV.
into 2 FM, that is experience.
Thank you, God bless you. We also have a selection by the AFL band. Selection by the AFL band.
So this program commemorating the laying to state rest of the late Prince Yomi Johnson. If you're just joining us, this is Real TV, Truth FM 96.1. Now is a selection by the AFL choir. The AFL band will now give us a selection from the band. We are so sorry that we cannot bring you a view of the AFL.
Yeah.
Thank you, AFL Marching Band. Now we have reached on the 40th hour of the program. We will now go to the exhortation that will be done by Reverend Sagashos Ejala, Chaplain General of the City.
Honorable Vice President, and President of the Liberia Senate, Speaker, and Madam Pro Tem of the Liberia Senate, all of our official present here, the full experts, and our clergy, the member of the legislatures, especially for the staff. All of you are present at the family member. It is time for us to lift up our heads and look up the hill where cometh our head and come from. As we go through this message, we must open our spirit and open our mind to receive what God has for us. Let us pray. Though we stand on our feet and pray. Father, we come to you with heavy heart, but your word said we should thank you in everything we do. And so we thank you for today. We thank you for your son has done. But Lord, we are here. We commit the rest of our people into your hands. We pray for our leaders. We pray for this nation. We pray, oh God, for the family, oh God. Even as the word goes forth, God, we ask your direction of the people as we hear the word. Open up our heart and we'll receive. Thank you, Father. In Jesus' name. Amen and amen. The beginning. Genesis chapter 19, verse 17.
Like, welcome. Sorry, we came back in late. The other guys will join us shortly, but we try to do the best we can to bring it to you. And you have been watching the live broadcast, the Wakekeeping, Nima County former Senator. Welcome, Ben. Prince.
Yeah, how are you?
Prince Yomi Johnson, Reverend Preacher Ahmed Man, whatever, Prince Yomi Johnson, funeral being held in Monrovia. And looking at the comments, people have mixed feelings. Most Dennis, good to see you. Emmanuel Broad, close and acumen, panelists, and my fellow, always from Georgia, Memorial in Minnesota. My Esther son, I'm always following you from the old road. Thank you, my Esther son. Matilda Stevens, she said Eva VP. I don't know what she means by that. Siafa Dig said, may the soul of those that lost their life during the senseless war rest in peace. Exactly. You know, a lot of people died, and I saw some people crying, rolling in the ground. What came to my mind, Ben, is if we mourn and cry for people like that, can you imagine others didn't have the opportunity to cry for the mom, the brother, and relative that this guy literally took their life as well? And now you see other people crying. I'm like, wow, you see how dead body can hurt, and these people are now crying and doing all kinds of stuff. So it's a two-way thing. I don't know, but
it is.
People did a lot of stuff as well. Did a lot. People died. That's his hand. But again, Ben, welcome, and then let's talk about this a little bit before we move on to other topics about.
Yeah, for me, it was very traumatic for me. It was so I didn't watch most of it. I would just turn it on and just turn it off, because every time I turn it on, it brought some trauma to me personally. For a person like me who have been one of those advocating for justice, and again, I don't blame people who celebrate Prince Yomi Johnson. I don't blame them, because I don't know from where they're coming. I don't know what he have done for them, what he did in their lives for which they celebrated him. But one of my biggest frustration was with the Liberian legislature. Since December 24, 1989, up to this time, these people could not come up with anything formal on the legislature in remembrance of the 250,000 persons that have died. But in less than 2-3 months, they were able to roll up the red carpet for the former President Johnson. That just tells me where these people's priorities are. They don't. Yeah. I mean, nothing about the public that interests these people. Today, after years from now, you will remember this particular saying in our eyes will be there for years to come. Mm-hmm. What about the people who have not received a grave? People were buried in mass graves. Nothing for our legislators to have come together and say, let's do something in remembrance of these people. Absolutely nothing, and that is my greatest regret for these people that we call lawmakers around here. Nothing. Mm-hmm. And today, all they were doing, everybody would show up. When will we have a memorial for these people? When will we do something? When will there be something that Liberians can walk up to and say, this is in remembrance of these people that that died. But today, that's what we saw. Absolutely nothing.
Yep, nothing.
And yeah, yeah. Go ahead. I will come back.
Yeah, absolutely. Our lawmakers, I think they should have a national memorial for all those people that died in the Civil War, and have a memorial. Put a memorial somewhere that everybody that has. Uh, Let them national memorial. Just how Rwanda is. If you go to Rwanda, they have a national memorial. All those people that was killed. Put it out for everybody. Because I know Prince Johnson is celebrated by his people. It's true that a lot of our brothers and sisters from Nima were killed. A lot of people from Garguah as well was killed. So it's not just one people that suffer this. The people from Nima, the people from Garguah, people from other countries die. And what they should do, come with a national memorial. But instead, you're giving one man who was considered as one of the perpetrator of major killer in our country. You're giving all this honor. The poor Nima, that's the man. And I don't want to say anything. The people got different way that he defended them, all of that. So, go ahead.
And in fact, here is another thing, though, that sometimes our people do things that they're not aware of.
Mm-hmm.
What does that tell any young man growing up or coming up?
Mm-hmm.
You see such a glamorous spin the way how the former senator was adored by his people. What is this telling any young person coming up?
Right.
There are a lot of lessons it is telling that person. One, you know what? You can do anything, but when you want to do it to the best. Do it horrible. Yeah. Do bad things. And you will be praised. Look, there was too many things wrong with Peabody. I don't know where. Even they put the senator in this transparent casket.
Mm-hmm.
They're marching him through the city. Are these people thinking about young kids that are looking at that dead body? Are they looking at the traumatic effects that these things will have on kids? When I was talking to one of my friends in the man, some of the things in our culture, I said, bro, you know how many bad culture practices that we have to get, that we are trying now to get rid of. There's so many things wrong with certain things that it's not because this is a culture that we should allow it to happen. Too many things happen. No, this is the 21st century. People have evolved. We're changing. But again, the old man was given the best, the highest honor, state burial. I don't agree, but I don't envy people who supporting. But because of my fight to want the things that I know he and others did, there was no way that I could have celebrated this day in honor of Prince Justin. Absolutely not.
Jonah, Sylvester, good to see you, man. Good to see you.
Yeah, thank you.
Jonah, the thing is, Liberian have a different take. Everybody have a different take on this stuff. I'm sitting here, I have family members that were gruesomely killed by Prince Johnson. And, but the problem in Liberia is this man, he was one of the major players when it comes to election in Liberia. Every party he supported in an election in Liberia, they won the election. Every party he supported. He supported President Salih, he won. He supported President Weah one time. They won, and he endorsed President Baka, and they all won. And he has a major figure, but people are saying that since he was a sitting senator, they had to accord him the honor like they would accord any other government officials. Sometimes we may not like it. We may not like what to say. for me, I don't think he should have been giving a state funeral like this. But so he was sitting government official. So what can I say? You know, we say the law is the law. Certain era will
Exactly.
obey it. Certain era will obey the law. Certain era will look at it stupid. You know, stuff like that. Sylvester here. Let me hear from Sylvester. We just watched part of the, I don't know whether it's the wake keeping or special service at the Capitol building of Prince Johnson. Sylvester, I want to hear your input.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Peabody.
I'm not looking so dull today, man. What's going on?
You guys want to criticize everything that he criticizing my background. Oh, my background looks.
No, it's looking gloomy. I'm just kidding.
I don't know. I'm not a background specialist to tell you how a background should be. Probably, maybe the light. I don't have all the lights on in my house or so. So I'm not change my location. Normally, I communicate from my basement where I got the office, but I'm sitting in my other area today. So, but maybe I don't know. But you got all the eyes to see my background look wide. I don't know, maybe my internet or so. But it's what I want to say here. And to the extent that Jonah want to criticize everything, and everything he wanted, he just said, Jonah, he not against it. He not like it. He not against it. But he not having problem with those who are doing it. If you don't have a problem with those who are doing it, why are you talking about it? Now listen,
because
the Bible. Listen. I didn't talk about it. You don't have problem with those that are trying to respect the foreign Prince Johnson, or those that are doing what they're doing. Listen, it's beyond the culture. It's part of the state bureaucracy. You have to understand this. Why I'm not a fan of Prince Johnson, but I wouldn't condemn those or criticize those that are engaged in doing it, because they are acting in keeping with state-crafted bureaucracy. They are acting in keeping with state-crafted tradition, right? So, and again, let me say here today, Peabody insists today, it is part of giving the respect to a foreign Liberian senator or foreign Liberian government official, if you will. So Peabody should have been we lay in the rotunda of the Capitol building. Most of our body politics and our bureaucracy is still after the United States of America. So you see, when a high-profile government official were to pass here in the U.S., similar thing we just saw recent time, the highest honor was given to the former president, the late President Carter. His body was flown from Plains, Georgia. First, it was taken from Plains to that of. Now, I'm not pairing the two individuals, but I'm just trying to look at the link that the Peabody between our bureaucracy and that of the bureaucracy here in the U.S. We copied. I mean, we just kind of copycat thing we did after the U.S. in many of those things. But that's a tradition and a part of the bureaucracy in a lot of countries where the state would give respect to officials of government. For instance, the former president, as I was talking, from Plains to the Carter Center in Atlanta, from there flew from the Carter Center here at the rotunda of the Capitol building. Then they had the funeral back to Plains for interment and the rest of that. So, Ben, let me say this to you so you understand it. Probably you know it, but you just know to criticize. And sometimes those kind of attitude, you have to change your mindset and learn, because part of the learning curve is, if you know, you don't just criticize everything. That does not require those kind of thought process, if you will. So none of those people doing, all the guys you see today, God forbid, everybody you see elected in that country, including elected officials and major government officials, even if you are at the level of assistant minister, if you are appointed by the president or other line, if God forbid something were to happen to you, or even former assistant minister, there will be an official gazette read to announce your demise, and at your funeral there will have to be that, and the flair of the country will be how to call it, placed on top of your casket. So Prince Johnson's situation is unfolding today. But you remember, you say, oh, those are honoring him. Prince Johnson was a great man in Nimakane. He had a huge follower. He promoted a lot of people. He gave a lot of people a job in our country as mark of recommendation in other areas. So, and a lot of Nimbayans and other folks from other countries respect him, adore him, right? So, part of what is unfolding today in the country is not because of him. And for me, I will always say what the Bible says: "Vengeance is mine." All of what the president did, what he did in the past, that's going to be judgment day. God going to judge him. I'm not going to worry about that, right? But why is it that I won't come out and waste my time and say, "Oh, what people doing?" No, it's normal. It's a tradition. It's a normal thing. It's not the first person that did that.
I didn't say.
Person. It's a normal thing that's unfolding in the country. Oh, the poor is in a glass of thing. They the children.
I think you were.
Have you sat in this society?
Very disciplined.
Have you sat in this society and see things, children, and other things that are happening, and then you say, "I think you want to talk about." Can you see what is important? That is not issue for us to be wasting our time on.
It is wrong. It is wrong.
What make it wrong?
No, it is wrong.
That's what trying to what make it wrong.
So let me tell you. So let me
get wrong. So when you go to the church, what make that wrong?
Pewee, I've never seen even back. I've never seen where people will open casket to babies to come and view. What we saw was body being open in the open display, and Pewee, if when you're not aware of trauma and how trauma affects kids, children who are seeing that and not understanding the whole death process, some of those things can have a ripple effect on them. Nobody is not saying we should not adore our leaders. That's not what we're saying. Did you watch the wakekeeping where people were lying down on the body, hawking the dead body of Prince Johnson? Come on, man. Who told you that there are not traditions? Yes, we agree. There are traditions, but some of these traditions are so they're so bad that we can't keep practicing them because some of these things can be public health issues. You can't do it in the midst of the people open body, the woman lying on the man, hawking the man, and there's tomorrow something going to break up in the society, and it was that witchcraft. Come on, man. We are our own witchcraft when we not take care of some of these things.
I don't love to discuss this kind of a thing. The very era you sit here today, the war era across the world, you see people that their loved one will pass, they will go and kiss they had in the funeral. It happened in the most developed society across the world. So if you see those things happening, I won't condemn her for what happened. If I won't do it, I won't. If I won't do it, something I will still go and that's something I'm gonna waste my time on the low for the. If there's nothing to discuss, that people listen. They gave his honor to him today. He deserved that. He was a former official of government. He been given that. They will fly the flag half mile and they'll host the flag half mile to honor his loss. And that's what the country. That's the rule of the country. Now it's not about he as the individual. It's about the position he served. He's a member of the Honorable Liberian Senate. So he died in office. Even if he had died out of office, they would have still honor him. That's part of it.
And another reason why
he had died out of office, he will still be honored. So I thought the process. I mean, he served his time in the country. He served as the longest serving person in the Liberian, one of the longest serving person in the Liberian Senate in recent history. And that era came to an end on the 28th of November. And we look forward to moving the country forward in the era of now. The only thing, the Nimba country is no longer going to be monolithic again in terms of the politics. So that's what we should be discussing now. The life outside of Prince Johnson, politics in Nimba outside of Prince Johnson.
So you detect on what is important. I mean, that's for me. What I saw.
No. But Pewee is dead. He's dead and gone. It's not important again that we discuss all the things. There's nothing.
Well, let me come to a question here.
No, everything is important. Why do you don't deem in? Why do you made that deem as important to you for me.
No, I
have to
think
see
no,
it
no,
from
no, no. That's
another
what I said. I said
perspective.
why important to me now. I just said to me. I said why
Oh, not to
important to
you.
us.
Okay.
Why important to me now, and what we should be looking
Easy
at
about that important here.
is discussing the final match, not discussing what have happened today. Today event is done, but tomorrow maybe they will be thinking of another program of the
No,
program. But tomorrow
they say those who
there's another phase of the program, and then we'll move on. So, but then we decide immediately next week.
But let me ask this question. So, brother, let me
they
ask this
said
question.
those who do not respect their history or look back to the history are bound to make another mistake. So while it's true, you might think Prince Johnson is gone. That's a history that has to be looked into. And if there's anything that we deem that is not called for, can be corrected. What happened today?
Go ahead,
For some people, it was good. It was glorifying. But to a lot of people, it was hurtful. A lot of people who families will never see a burial, and to see one of those who perpetrated this thing to have such a glamorous stuff.
What's the question?
Like Bruce just put our hands and say, "Oh yeah,
I don't want to trying to finish.
No, we can put our hands."
So what will and guys who are watching too, you can also put your comment in there. What do you think Prince Johnson will be remembered for? Ben, since you were talking, let me start with you, then I go to Sylvester.
Prince Johnson will be remembered for a lot of things, but the few ones that he will be noted for, one will be his involvement into the civil crisis. That will be one. And the second thing that I know he will be remembered for in politics will be how he was able to help 3 Liberian presidents become president. Those are things that I think we will always remember him for. But when you call the name Prince Johnson, the first thing that comes to mind is rebel. Even in Google will tell you the first thing is King Prince Johnson. Rebel will be the first thing that Google will first offer you.
Okay, Sylvester, what will Prince Johnson be remembered for? And for some of you watching, if you want to just put your comment in here, I will read it. Let us know what Prince Johnson will be remembered for.
Yes, and I don't know. Let me say to this person, I don't know. Some folks come out and will pay attention to this. Some will love to pay attention to things that we were taught. I'm not. You say I'm a tribalist. I'm from Lofa, and Prince Johnson is from Nimba. So I don't know if you're writing something that I don't comprehend. Sometimes maybe the disability in comprehending can cause and lead to these things sometimes, right? And I'm not from Nimba County. I'm from Lofa. Prince Johnson is from Nimba. So there's nothing tribalistic here. There's anything resemble that in nature, my dear Frank, or whosoever you are. So let me just come out and say what I was saying. And my own position here is, and that's part of the reason why folks do not really capture my thought process, or what I've tried to expand on in many cases. I'm giving a case that why is it that they're doing that? Do I support Mr. Johnson? Absolutely no. Am I a fan of Mr. Johnson? Absolutely no. And that's one. But listen, we political pundits sometimes in these kind of cases, unless we do analyze the reality as it is. We don't try to add or extract. We go back to the hard reality and profit our way forward and our solution, if you will. But one thing Prince Johnson will be noted for in the history of our country is the notorious, he'll be as one of the notorious and very erratic warlord in the history of Liberia that torture and butcher the former president of the country live on camera. That's one of the things the history of the country going to recall him of. A notorious warlord, a very notorious and erratic warlord that torture, butcher in a inhuman way a living creature in a very, very much I don't know how to call it, but to describe it again that way. But he's going to be remembered for that the terrible way he executed the former president That body was eventually, according to him, cremated, but we didn't see it. The body decimated, and we didn't see what have happened or whatsoever. But he's going to be remembered for that. That's what the record going to take. Another thing also, that history, if those that want to be calm to him, now it's going to be twofold, right? Those are going to be very rough to him and try to read the history as it unfolded rightly and the correct way to say it. We refer to him as the worst and terrible, brutal warlord of the history of our country that executed a president in a very terrible manner. Those that want to be calm to him will say he was the president that in the new democracy of the country, the new era of our democratization process, he created what I refer to as he was the kingmaker, if you will. He supported Madame Sirleaf. He supported Mr. Weir, and he supported Mr. Boakai. And then the reason why I'm saying I know is a tripartite presidential link as to the way he performed at the time. So that the people he's going to be remembered for that. The two major ones. Number one is the notorious and inhumane way he butchered and executed and mutilated, and eventually executed Mr. So he tortured, he butchered, he mutilated, and eventually executed the former president. He's going to be recorded in history for that. That was a malicious and very brutal way he handled that process. So that's the key thing he's going to be remembered. And if any of us were to turn history back, want to go back to history and put things down and do actual time deep in those kind of a way, that's the kind of way he's going to be remembered. But again, those that want to be calm to him, they will say he was a kingmaker. And that's none of the reason. So the era is going to move on. And as I was predicting the last time, even this coming elections. And I agree, Jonah, in fact, with you in terms of people went to honor him today, to do all those things. But some of those he saw honor him today, they were already campaigning now. That's a clear example of Samuel Togar you saw with the microphone and the rest of that. And I think he's the one the information is that the vice president is inclined to endorse him and they're going to support him and he's going to contest on Prince Johnson's party. The belief is that Prince Johnson had anointed him quite recently, immediately after the past election. He went sometime last year and he bowed, he prostrated in front of Prince Johnson. I mean, he prostrated. That's clear, it's manifested, it's on video. He prostrated and begged for forgiveness, and Prince Johnson anointed him according to what we saw, according to Prince Johnson at the time also. And I think he's the one that is trying to contest here also. I don't know he's going to. So he playing to the gallery here in terms of trying to. So we will see Prince Johnson's strength probably sometime also in depth. We don't know yet. And year to year, we're hearing some strong names coming up also to contest, but we won't call some of those names until he's buried because we have to respect the dead on a serious note, despite what kind of a thing you want to have done. I'm a Christian, I believe in what the Bible says, vengeance is mine. So, but as per that the Peabody, that's kind of the way that things going to unfold and things going to don't happen in the country. We wait to see eventually after his burial, quickly after his burial next week, the Liberian Senate will now inform the National Election Commission of a vacancy in Nima County, and the National Election Commission will have 90 days of that announcement from the Liberian Senate to conduct a new election. So I would want to surmise that we'll be having an election in Nima between March and sometime early middle April of this year to replace the late Nima County Senator Prince Yoribe Johnson.
Yeah, Jonah, go ahead.
So I like the way how my brother Pewee uses is using this Christianity thing. I'm a Christian, and the Bible says, "Vengeance is mine."
I miss news.
No, the way you are using, not misuse.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
The way you are using,
right? Yeah, the Bible says,
yeah. Mine, and I will repay. But I'm also a Christian, but I don't think if you went down Wallace side right now and you had your phone in your hand and a Zogo jack your phone from you, when Zogo takes our phone from us, we don't say vengeance is mine, I will repay. Do we? Nobody says that. You go to the law. Nobody, when a Zogo jack your phone for you, nobody says vengeance is mine and I will repay. And let the Zogo go. Do you do that?
No. You see again, it's unfortunate thing nowadays. You're not a Christian. No, but I will. Look at how you digging. The Bible says vengeance is mine. I would say that. If you are a true Christian, you will say that. Meaning
so I'm saying, no, so what I'm saying, if you went down and the Zogo jack your phone and running, you just say, Zogo, you say, vengeance is mine and I'll repay, and you just walk away.
Yes, the Bible, I would say that. I would say that. Listen to me. So you want me to follow the alleged Zogo, the purported alleged Zogo, to get him? Or to go, you want me to go do execution style?
No, I'm saying, will you not go to the police?
Okay. But going to the police is another means of God paying, right? Because but the vengeance be taken. But going to the police.
Thank you.
Yes, but going to the police. No. You are trying to hit different way. You thought giving the man immediate.
No. That way I would have been.
But that's what the Bible says we should respect. Listen, the Bible spoke of government. So going to the police and the police fairly handling the case and punishing the Zogo, that God punishing that Zogo.
So
that's
tell me, in what manner were you using that scripture? What were you trying to prove when you were using that scripture when you said vengeance is mine and I will repay? What were you trying to say? What were you trying to insinuate when you use that scripture? What were you thinking of?
When I said that, I mean, we are not the one to condemn Prince Johnson for his atrocity, for his excesses he committed, right? We are not the one to condemn me. That's what I said. You know, sometimes I can be very clear, but sometimes folks can be very much emotional. They can follow me good. So again, if you behave like a student, listen to the instructor,
let me ask you. Why do you criticize Garguah? You Pewee. Why do you criticize Garguah? Why don't you say, "Oh, vengeance is mine," and I will pay? Why do you criticize?
You criticizing Garguah for something that he stayed in administration. I'm criticizing Garguah to do the right thing. I'm not rebuking Garguah. I'm not trying to rebuke him. I'm not condemning him. Now listen, I'm criticizing him. Listen. The Bible says thou shalt not condemn. Don't condemn another. No, I'm not here to condemn Prince Johnson. To say, Master, I can fall prey to the glory of God. Right? So that's the Bible said, vengeance is mine. I'm not the one here to take vengeance in my hands. No. A true son of God that understands the biblical scriptures, will understand what we're saying. Now listen, you don't have to be a great philosopher to philosophize ahead of yourself. No, we don't have to go that direction. But what we have to do is basically try to learn the step and the different concepts that we learn from the Bible and other things, right? And we try to put all those things together and learn it. So we think, if I criticize Mr. Garguah, I want him to do the right thing. But Mr. Johnson killed Mr. Doe on camera. And then who am I to come and condemn and kill all the Liberians? It's alleged that he killed Mr. Doe. It's alleged that he killed the good songwriter, the Council Rabbers. It's alleged that he killed a lot of great family. It's alleged that he killed
those nuns.
Right? It's also alleged that he killed those family priests, nuns rather, in the Ghana's area. Remember, and when I started going to school, I started from the Catholic school, the Michael Catholic school, and those priests lived in the area that I grew up in, Sufatra, Ghana's area. Right? It's alleged that he did that, and to those ladies, right? So the fact that he did not go to justice for those things. So the only thing that I would say is that, because number one, he's dead now. Now, if we talk everything we can talk, and who's going to punish? Who's going to take justice against him now? It's God Almighty. And what God said to us, God said to us that we should not condemn. Yes, you remember what Jesus Christ told the cry about striking the first stone?
Yes, I know that very well.
Okay.
Here is why I'm having a little problem with with you. Why it is true that you said that God should be the one to judge Prince. How about our legislature who have not done anything for those that died through the war? They have done absolutely nothing. And see, it is the same legislature that lay out this red carpet. So how is that justifiable? That you can do one thing for one person and the entire group of people that die, absolutely nothing. How is that justifiable, Pewee?
So but I want to read some of the guys comment that they put in here. Let me just read some. Some of the people, some of the guys wrote here. I'm not even getting the comment again. Let me see if I can get some of the comments from the guys that say. Somebody say, what a guy, Chopin Cooper. You said for killing Doe, he'll be remembered for killing Doe. Doris Cooper, he will be remembered for loving bright colors, ladies.
The other women.
Breakable Power, what you say here? Okay, he's not. Backbone, my heart, too big for the more. Okay, I'm not going into that. Let me go up to what people are saying. Okay, Doris Cooper said Nima County is open for political parties. Let's see here. Somebody else. Somebody say, what's CFID is saying? None of these things were done for Senator Watterson, who was a former head of the Senate, of course.
No, it was. And the person of Senator Watterson, body was taken to the Capitol building ground, lying state at the rotunda of the Liberian Senate, of the Capitol building rather, in the rotunda. It did, and also was removed for the funeral rites. That was done for the late pro tempore of the Liberian Senate, Clotus Watterson. That was also done for our own, I would call father figure and a mentor, the man that introduced us to politics in the country, the late Professor Somo Kupi, that just passed recently. And he didn't even die as senator. He died as former senator of Lofa County. His body was also taken to the Capitol building. A book of condolences were opened. The president went and he signed. All those things were given, and then and there was a National Gazette announcing his demise. And the day of his funeral, there was an official Gazette also read as per a proclamation issued by the president via the office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So all those things are done. That's the chain of it. So like the day of Prince Johnson's funeral, there will be an official Gazette read by the Chief of Protocol of the Republic of Liberia, and that Gazette has already been issued announcing the whole funeral rites of Prince Johnson and all other foreign senators or past former officials. And then that will be done, and the president will instruct the Minister of Foreign Affairs to do that. And then part of that will be they will host the flare a half mile from 6 meridian to 6 a.m. Post meridian to and 6 p.m. post meridian, yes, through that day. And then the flare will be from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. They will host the Liberian flare half mile. And then in honor of that person, of course, it will be done on the burial of Prince Johnson. I don't know when the exact burial day is going to be, but yes, it was done of the late Clotus Watterson. It was also done for the late Professor Somo Kupi, and it will be done for Prince Johnson coming in a couple of days. But it will be done for any other government official that was elected, serve both the House of Representatives, Senate, former minister, and the rest of that. I went to the level of even former assistant minister will be honored. If you serve that capacity yes, you have to be honored in the kind of way you serve the country. So that's the way the country will have to reward that. So with those that committed atrocity now, I think they will have to pay for that. The fact that they didn't pay for it through breaking the justice system, we want to say, hey, the only thing is God that's going to do the final justice. So nothing we can do. For me, it's not time that I'm going to come. When previously was alive, I one person that was, I was very clear to be graphic in describing him sometimes. Referred to him as erratic and a man that executed the former president. I did that. Now that he's gone, we will say what we will say, but I wouldn't waste most of my time trying to say why they honoring him. No, they're not honoring him because he killed someone. They're honoring him because he was a sitting senator for county. That's the reason. The senator of a country. That's the reason why he's being honored.
But nobody is arguing that. Like I said, what anyone does is that person's prerogative. So for me, I love to give people the free will to do whatever they want. But in as much as I will allow you to do what you want, allow me to do my criticism too. So you can celebrate him and I can criticize him. We can do the same thing simultaneously at the same time. And there's nothing wrong with it because we know he was a very and highly present figure. And there should be no reason why a man like me will ever stand to celebrate anything about President Johnson. I told you that.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Now Prince Johnson is gone. All right. CFI Deeks is saying there was no elaborate program held on the Capitol ground for Kutu Watson.
So there are two things: elaborate or program. Okay, so there are two different individuals, right? So yes, my brother, yeah, I agree with you now when you said elaborate. So you remember Prince Johnson got a huge follower. He had a very huge follower. I mean, say that I don't want to say that, spite of the terrible thing he's did in the past, allegedly, because I can't prove it. I have not been proven in court that he did that. And imagine the law is so I have to use the word allegedly rather. So, but let me say this: so he had a very huge follower, very huge. Imagine to the extent that he was the kingmaker in the country. And Prince Johnson again was alive 2029 election. He said, "Oh, I'm supporting." They agree that I got some strong base in the country in terms of election. Prince Johnson said, "I'm supporting Sylvester Pewee." I'm just saying something I would have refused his support, right? If in my shoe, right? But they agree that Prince Johnson come back again to us and say, "I'm supporting President Weah in this coming 2029 case." That would have paved the way again for Weah to go back to the executive mansion. On a serious note, even against Kun, they will have given that. So that strong, that is undisputed. It's not a debatable thing. We no longer can debate as to who was the godfather of Nema County. That's not the position we have to put ourselves in. He was the undisputed godfather of Nema County. To the extent that he will sit down anywhere in the world, even his home in Duporo, and say, I'm supporting Weah. And that's the time when he was complaining at the time. Some of us that do not pay some attention to the politics that knew that we were headed for problem. Because Prince Johnson is complaining. Oh, they don't want to get Nima a job. They don't want to do this. They don't want to pay Nima money. No, he was not talking. He was talking about money coming to him. Then I saw that issue between he and the former president. Former president went here church and fire back. I knew there was trouble coming. But if don't support you, that problem. Yes. The problem. Nima Kana got 300,000+ votes. Only 300,000+ votes. The Gio alone, the tribe that previously commend heavily, they got close to 200 of those 300,000 votes. And there are other tribes that are in Nimba that just adore him for what they believe is a hero. That's it. Yes, some raw reality here. The majority of Nimbayans, the super majority of Nimbayans believe that Samuel Doe excommunicated them, not only excommunicated them, he isolated them and started to eliminate them. Eliminated their kids, butchered their men and the rest of it. And Prince Johnson came and rescued them from that. That's part of the reason why he was that very much popular in Nima County. So the fact that if he came in and executed Doe in that form, they celebrated him for that, Jonah. So that's the reason why he was there doing that. That's the reason.
I agree. I agree.
That's the reason. So the only thing that will stop Prince Johnson from being powerful in that county is what happened to him on the 28th of November. That's the only thing. And my fear is today, even the coming election that we're going to have in April or late March, if care is not taken, he will be in a grave and he will determine who's going to be the senator that will replace him. If anybody plays that card well,
if Castro could have done it from prison, why do you think?
Yeah, if anybody play that card well, and play with Prince Johnson be good, and they put no kind of thing happen, you're going to be the next senator. So that's the kind of person he how to call it, he was. So for now, but when it comes to his atrocity, I leave that to the Almighty. Vengeance is mine, according to the Bible.
Okay, but let me ask one more question, and then we'll get back into some politics. Here. Prince Johnson. People are talking about him. Oh, yeah, it's true that he did play that role in Liberian politics. The president went to him and asked for his grace to be president. Salif, Guar, and Joe Baka, and all of that. And people believe it was because of Prince Johnson that the election went the way it went for President Baka. Now Prince Johnson is no longer in the race. Who you think can produce a Prince Johnson from Nima? Who you think can be the Prince Johnson from Nima? Now Prince Johnson is gone. Jeremiah Cohn doesn't seem to have that momentum and stuff like that. You think the people of Nima are going to follow and say because Jeremiah Cohn is from Nima, so we're going to listen to him, we're going to make him the new godfather. Who can be that godfather for Nima, guy? I wanted to chime into that.
So this is what I was saying. I think Jeremiah Cohn would have been that person had he really positioned himself well with Prince Johnson at the time Prince was alive. Unfortunately for Jeremiah Cohn, one, he did resign from the Prince Johnson party, and we saw this friction between he and Prince Johnson. There were a lot of interviews that Prince Johnson gave about 2 days or 3 days to his death, and in all of those interviews, he was complaining about not being taken care of by the government, and he even described Cohn as being this main guy. And if you think those things are not going to play even this coming election, whoever Jeremiah Cohn is going to support, that person will have he will be like a baggage. Because all of those things that Prince Johnson said on those tapes against Jeremiah Cohn, those things will be played and people will listen and people will feel that, yes, Jeremiah Cohn did not do Prince Johnson well. But again, because this is Liberia and Jeremiah Cohn has a lot of money, what it means is that he will have to spend a lot of money to clear out some of these things. Other than that, it's going to be open food for everybody. That's what I think.
Sylvester, what do you think?
Oh yes, and I said it first. I said Nima is no longer going to be monolithic in terms of deciding about the politics of our country, and I mean what I'm saying. Not Jeremiah Cohn, not anybody. So what's going to happen now moving forward in Nima, Dr. Peabody, is that Nima is going to be open now for basic, because we're going to have different stakeholders in Nima now, going to start to play different role, if you will. So Nima is going to be a base that anyone can move into now. Moving forward after this election, the next major election is going to be 2029. There's no going to be those special elections coming up until 2033. So Nima County, quite frankly, going to be open up. it's going to be an open fee. It's going to be a plain fee that everyone going to go engage and fight and battle there for the major stake in NIMBA. So it's going to change. It's going to significantly change. The only impact the late Prince Johnson gonna have is that this major elections coming up to replace him. Yes, I can assure you that he's gonna play a role in that. Though he's not gonna campaign, he's not gonna speak no more. But those that are associated with him, where at the end are gonna play to his deals, will reflect on that. And I believe that's what I'm saying. The way some of those folks are now doing things, they're trying to teeter in some direction, if you will. So, but the whole drama in terms of the NIMA politics going to significantly change, and it will now be on the basis of in some cases, you speak direct to Nigerians and do some partisan process and do some issue that will understand, okay, this person mean this, this person mean that. Now, so the different stakeholders are going to have their own way. So you're going to have sons of NIBA now. It's like any other candidate, if you will. So it's not going to be like one man controlling the show at the time. So that kind of a tactics is going to change, and NIMA will be open to the process, and it will change the landscape of the Liberian political process. It will let folks to be more or less and in the Liberian political process. One thing I would say to anyone, there's a process that will call for, people say, oh, they don't call for competence and other things. No, they do. But again, if you are a competent person, we saw that before. You have to be a competent person contesting for the Liberian presidency and have the language Liberian people love to listen to move the country forward, to gain some traction. Because if you are not competent, if you're competent, you don't have the language, and that's one of the major things Mr. Cummings faced at the time during past election years. He's very competent. He got major policy process that he can project. But are you speaking the language Liberian people love to hear? No, if you don't do that, you won't. Man, I used to see that in doing that. Mr. Taylor extraordinarily succeeded in it. He's the master of that game, Mr. Charles Taylor, if you will. So that's going to be part of the picture of what we're going to see beginning 2029 elections. Folks, we have to be very clear, very, very much articulate to the people and realistic in terms of that. What the electorate want to hear, you have to do some things. You do things, you dance with them, you talk the way they want you to talk. You know, in some of the pidgin Liberian English, and you do some dancing, you do some koyokaya thing, and the rest of that. So, if you do those things and merge into different sector of campaign manifesto and project those things up to them in a more clear manner, you know, you get some traction, and to get the traction is by you doing those things. So yeah, that'll be about it. But a lot of things going to change. But NIMBA is no longer going to be the same. NIMBA will change, and NIMBA will not be and I want to use the same language again, a monolithic society in terms of political campaign. So it's going to change, that people will now push for all sectors of the county districts and get into NIMBA and win votes. Because the reason why NIMBA is populated the way it's populated is because of the economic situation has afforded NIMBA. Ganta, for instance, San including other major, some part of NIMBA County. Ganta alone got a very huge issue, and this is a very huge county, right? And with that kind of a population that is growing, so it's a traction, it's a center for a lot of traction now. So, and a lot of things will happen, but they won't be the same, because one man could just sit down and say, "Hey, this is my terrain." It's going to be no more one-man terrain. It's going to be the terrain for all to venture, and everybody go now and debate the issue on the basis of policy, on the basis, in some cases, on the basis of the same tradition and the rest of that. But yes, it's no longer going to be the way it used to be. It's not going to be a one-man General Johnson day. No, absolutely no. It's going to change, and change significantly.
That I agree.
Right. So we see that that is it with Prince Johnson. Prince Johnson, they are giving him this elaborate funeral tomorrow. They're gonna take the body to Nima. take it to and bury him. You see the casket alone, uh, the casket alone that he's in, and all of that. I mean, but that's Liberia.
Oh, they're not burying in Monrovia?
No,
No, Nima.
they're going to build a big monument there for him. He's considered the father of Nimba. But guys, there is something that is taking place. I don't know whether the guy in studio can put this up. It's uh, the government declare collapsed Sesto River Bridge beyond repair as economic shock ripples across southeast. I think you guys saw the picture.
Beyond repair, or also they had to construct a new one.
Yep, they said it's beyond repair.
So how long was that bridge?
Well,
how long has it been? Or what?
That bridge been there for record ages, and that's why
bridge should be old as more than even your grandpa.
I remember. Listen, I remember when.
So if you old my grandpa.
Well, I remember. I think it was 4 years ago. I mean, a couple of years ago. When President Garguah was still vice president, I remember. He was going to Sano for the Liberia Baptist Convention. In fact, I was the guest speaker at that convention in Sando. And I went with a plane called Mission Aviation. It's a flight that I paid $70 for because I refused to fly. I told them I was not going to do it. Otherwise, I refused to drive. Otherwise, I was not going to do it. And I was not going to go to the program, even though I came from the States and all of that. And good thing I didn't go because people were going. Alex Starter was still the speaker. Barkai was going, and the bridge collapsed. They had to drive him back to Monrovia. And he flew in with a jet that next day. He came on that Sunday morning when the program was going to be held. So can you imagine? It had been more than 12 years since that bridge was there, and that bridge is the major entry point into the southeast. When you're going through Riverside to Sano, that is the major entry point into Sano. And this thing been there for rock of ages. And Liberians have never, government upon government, have not seen the need to repair this place until it had completely collapsed. And people are stuck in many ways at that bridge. So, I mean, I don't know what the government is going to do. They started a major northeast corridor construction and things like that. I don't know why they didn't make this area a priority, because without this bridge, you cannot go into Sando except you go by air or you go by sea. There's a major highway, major southeast highway, and they have not done it. So what? So you've been working in the government, you know a little bit. What have been holding the government from undertaking major projects like this?
I
would go to see.
That's the unfortunate aspect of
Thank you, Dr. Peabody.
Past government
Pewee and Ben.
Past government in the country. That's the most unfortunate aspect. On a serious note, to see, and we have engineers in our country. We have, beyond the Ministry of Public Works, they're responsible for all work in the country. There's this issue about what I would call, we have our residence engineer that should do assessment of those structures and report. We do have some trained structural engineers in our country, if you will, or transportation, and I don't know the transportation engineer, if you want to call it that way. I would think that they would do some assessment. Most of our bridges in the country, and I mean, just go that's carrying us. We build the bridges years, and there's no major maintenance work done on them. We are not assessing them to see what is it that's happening. The ministry is not, and the ministry will have to start to do some of those things so that we can prevent the reoccurrence of what unfolded, if you will. Because the system, and that's a major corridor, and that corridor is helping us to connect the part of the southeast, from the cannon moving towards Sano County and going to River D and other areas, right? So if we didn't do this, we should have known that there was a repair work on that bridge. So the engineer that was to just come and say, even from the Deputy Minister for Technical Services or a lot of other engineers, do an assessment of all of them. It wasn't necessary, because if we don't do assessment, even you saw what unfolded, it was just like Guar with us at the time when they ordered the bridge that I was linking the Bourgeois Island to Waterside via almost the West Point side. It was Guar when that thing collapsed 2 a.m. in the morning. But yes, it was noon at the time that it was burned out, and we have to begin the process of doing those things. And my advice also to the Minister of Public Works and his team, particularly the Deputy Minister for Technical Services, is to do an assessment of our major bridges in the country. Do assessment of them. Because even the road we constructed, like we have a major bridge on the Monrovia Buchanan Highway going to your county that the Peabody, the St. John Bridge, and then another bridge before when you pass Cotton Tree, right? We need to do assessments of those bridges and the St. John River Bridge we have. That these are major bridges going towards Buchanan. The Garguah Road also, there are a lot of bridges we have to check on them. I think that there was some repair work done on some of them. We need to see the viability of those bridges built. So the technician will go do its kind of assessment on there and understand what the lifespan of this bridge rather, and what can we do to re-concretize or re-cement the longevity of it. So if we don't do those things and try to re-concretize the bridge or do an assessment of the bridge in terms of the structural value and the width of it, because the tonnage that is flying on it, we need to know the capacity of it. What is the amount of tonnage that we need to convey back and forth on a daily basis, and you multiply that per the vehicle that will trend. So you see, these are the areas that we made the mistakes, and we don't calculate very timely, and it will affect the country in a major thing, because we are not a society that are rich. We don't have that kind of money to say when the bridge collapse, we'll bring some the quick impact, like the Army, what they used to do at the time. When they used to bring the kind of quick impact bridges that we build. They bring this iron in 2 days time, they will build it. So now 1 day, 2 days they build it, bring it, set it up. But these are the UN mission at the time. They need to help us do those things. If we had the money, we could do that for now, while the government are planning to construct. If we build on the other side to allow economic activity and trade to continue, then while the government will not plan to construct something that will last for the next 50 to 100 years, if you will, that will help the country move on. But we need to start constructing bridges that indeed quickly will impact our country, not for just 1 or 2 decades, but for decades. That would be significant.
All right, Ben, and then we'll go to Sylvester.
Yeah, so
Yeah, Abu.
Abu. If you are a mom of me,
so we find ourselves in a country where the government does not understand their own priorities. So you have people not knowing the difference between a need and a want. So it makes it hard for these people to understand where to actually apply a lot of the limited resources that we have. When I hear when I hear a senator in a country of that poll who is telling me that presidential aircraft is a need, then I know that we have a serious problem. Because in a country where you don't even know the lifespan of bridges, where things are all scattered all around the place, and the man is telling me that the need for the country now is a presidential jet, so that the president can fly, because they didn't understand the magnitude at the time, and now they understand it. When will these people talk about anything outside of their inner cycle? When will they talk about things that benefit the general public? Things like bridges, schools, all the other things. these are things that benefit the masses, but because they're not interested in these things, that's why you see a man at Dillon say, I think it makes sense now for us to buy a presidential jet. Bro, that one of your bridges just fell off. It would take you maybe 20 years to repair it. Because I don't see what kind of government will actually do anything on that. Absolutely not. Do you have a president who is brave enough to say, I'm going to put a moratorium on spending and let's do something for some of these bridges? Of course not. They would do nothing because it does not affect them. I'll stop there.
Abu.
Yeah, thank you. Peabody. I regret being here late though. I just came. Greetings to
You're always late.
Ben. Ben, where have you been?
I've been working like a Mexican, my man.
You come defender next brand is BP. You gotta how many name you want to use now? Use a real name. I'm managing to use a real name.
All right.
Yeah, use a real name. Yeah, but greetings to Pewee. Greetings, Chief, and greetings to the listening audience, both in Radio Land, the viewers, YouTube platform, all of you. It's a pleasure being here. Our following religious day. And Pewee, let me salute you, resilience in demanding that Abura we want. This show is meant to sensitize the people. In spite of your disagreements, the Unity Party actually appreciate you for being patriotic or being objective instead of being subjective like other panelists would do on the show. But quickly, the Minister of Public Works, and I want to start with the roads aspect because I listened to Ben who just left was talking about the road. The Minister of Public Works was on one of the local radio stations. I want to be specific to call our radio station name, OKFM. This year to tackle some of those roles that our citizens are confronted with in terms of community from one point to another point. We talk about the counter to look at tool, the road that Peabody was just talking about. We talk about the road from Sarai to Fonjama. We talk about the roads in Central Monrovia. We talk about the Freeport to the road people were asking about it last time, and the road that has to do with from here to Cape Mount. So a lot of things will be done this year, as you saw it in the budget, the budget was signed by the president. So before I delve into some of the conversations I've been here, I want to extend my deepest condolences to the resilient people of Nimba. As all of us may be aware, they lost their godfather, who tomorrow, I think I will join the team, I will join an array of government officials that will be leaving to Nimba to give befitting burial to their longest senator. And one of the
God doesn't have a
what is it?
God does not have a father. God does not have
no,
a
I said
father.
their political godfather. He was a political godfather of Nimba. What the argument,
okay.
Ben? He was a political godfather of Nimba. So on tomorrow, people of Nimba will be accompanying the remains of the Senator.
Yeah, the man said, our Almighty God don't have a father, and I agree with him.
So I said the political godfather of Nimba.
Oh, okay. Yeah,
that's what I said. I didn't say Almighty God. How will I say that? I believe nobody knows. I didn't say Almighty God. So the political godfather, the remains of the political godfather will be transported in Nimba on tomorrow. So a lot of things, like I said, we are on path. This president came to change the narrative. He understands the problems and the electorates are confronted with. But to do that, it requires time. And like he said the other day when he are going to Bome on one of the occasions where he are going to appreciate the people for voting, for reposing confidence in him, and more the multitude of candidates at the time were vying for the presidency. So he reaffirmed his commitment to whatever promises he made during the electoral period. So today, the minister of Public Works was on OKFM, and as I said there earlier, he said couple of roads across the country will be touched. And as of February, I think February of this year, the Warhead Bridge, I think project will start. And tomorrow, the arrest agenda will be launching again by tomorrow.
Okay, thank you. You came here to promote a arrest agenda. We read about that. I listened to the minister of Sarah. Good to see you. I listened to the minister of finance today. He gave a list of the different steps, different steps of the arrest agenda. He went on. One thing he talked about that we'll be focusing on is the rule of law. And I was quick to catch that. You talk about rule of law. You got two speakers.
You got one speaker of Peabody.
You got Supreme Court. You got Supreme Court who would not even want to take up an issue that is really dividing the country and all of that. And then you talk about rule of law. You're launching. I was giving a chance. I didn't bother you on your talking. We talk. We sing together. We don't talk together. But in a civilized word, when people talking, you wait for them to talk. That's the listening skills they have. Listening and think what the other person is saying, and then for that how you do. You don't I'm not used to that. I get nervous when people do that. Don't listen. I'll give you your time. You talk. But yes, I listened to the finance minister today, talking about the agenda, and they're going to be launching in Bath tomorrow. One area he talked about is the rule of law. How can you be discussing the rule of law when the very executive has totally abused the law? You still have two speakers today. You have a speaker who literally made. Let me say, you got a created speaker, and then you got a speaker who duly elected by his people, and he has not resigned. And you talk about rule of law when the executive is meddling within the judiciary. I'm not a judiciary, but in the legislature, all of that. So I don't know what the rest of agenda they're going to be talking about tomorrow when they're not even going by the rule of law. We see a lot of things happening in this country. I mean, the entire justice system. I mean, I don't want to say it, but I'll say it. It kind of needs an overhaul. In some way, it's been compromised. This Chief Justice is afraid to come up and make a real decision because it will not give her pay or give her a benefit. So she will sit there and compromise. The next day, you see the Vice President is sitting with the Chief Justice at her daughter personal program. They're all there. So it's just, it's about Sarah. Welcome. I want you to chime in there, especially on that issue of the what we were talking about. Prince Johnson, you've been following the conversation. The road between Sano and Bassel the bridge had collapsed. The government declared that it cannot be fixed no more. It's a mess. But this thing been there for years. I just gave a scenario. I was going to Sano one time, and I refused to go by the road because I just didn't want to be on that road a whole week, and I had to be back in the States. So fortunately for me, somebody connected me with Mission Aviation. I paid $140 round trip. They dropped me into Sano. I was the only person to drop up that day, and they picked me up on that Monday, and I went back to Monrovia on the Friday. Vice President Barker was part of that program. He was vice president at the time. He was going, and the bridge collapsed. He couldn't go. He came back to Monrovia, and they took the same plane to go there.
What year was that?
I can find that time. Wait, just last year. I was there. I was the
last year.
No, man. I said about almost 8 years ago. That was before we became president. Don't try to play on me thinking that I don't remember my thing when I'm saying it. But Sarah Champion.
Thank you so much, Dr. Peabody. And Abu, you need to be quiet when other people talking. It's only just so civilized for you to do that because you yourself don't want anybody to interrupt you. So please don't interrupt me as I gave my own 2 cents. Thank you so much, guys. And I just want to say I'm so sorry to the people of Nimba for the death of Prince Johnson. I know I put out a post when he died initially, but I was just so disappointed with the VP today. The VP's eulogy was just out of whack. I mean, This is a man who, according to him, made him who he is. Why will you go over his grave instead in front of his family, people grieving, and say so much negativity about him? Even if you and him went through some stuff behind the scene, I think today was just a day to, to sympathize with the family, to remember the good things, the good memories of him, instead of going over there and say, oh, I know my papa sometimes he can flip. And when you tell him something, if you want $5,000, you tell him, say, come for it. What all that for? That was just.
Oh, he said that today?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
I think he dropped the ball. It shows a level of immaturity on his part to do that as a vice president. I think he dropped the ball. That was not necessary at all. That was not the eulogy the family was expecting from him. It degraded them. It was just below the belt. I think it was just wrong for him to say that. And on the line of the bridges and all,
he was trying to be funny, but then I think he was trying to be funny, to kind of bring life into it. But then it just went flat. It went bad for him.
It was a mess. I mean, anybody listen to that eulogy, you will feel bad about him. That was not the time for that. Seriously, I mean, but anyway, that's up to the people of Nima. But I know for sure Nima will never be the same, and he can never ever replace Prince Johnson. With all of the nonsense he was talking today. So on the part of the bridge, you guys were talking about, it's something to worry all of us, regardless of whether you are or wherever partisan you come from. A lot of those bridges, even the waterside bridge, that bridge right across the Brushwa Island bridge, all those bridges have not been touched. And there's something that, people need to worry about it. I remember the last time I was in Liberia, I was over that bridge. That was 2023. I was worried. So many people on the bridge. I mean, you see the amount of cars. And I guarantee you that bridge has not been inspected for years. They don't even know what's going on. So we have to, the rescue government is in power now. Abuya running his mouth instead of speaking truth to power. And let's see and encourage this rescue government to see if they can do something about these bridges around the country. They call themselves the rescue mission. They are educated. They know all the different things. We applaud them. We want them to do the right thing for our people. I will stop this. This far for now.
Okay. The guys in studio, I want you guys to please play that clip I sent you guys. I'm playing it because
that clip is coming play again today.
Yes,
yeah, well, listen to the clip.
Many people are concerned about the kind of, I mean, like people say, and I also agree. When you're elected official, you are recorded. When you pass away, you are recorded setting national reflection ceremony. Yes, but many people are saying what the government is doing now for PYJ is something is belated. They're doing it because the way he was treated, the way they treated him, and the way he died, he was not happy. So, but you can hear his own words. So we'll play that thing. Let me hear. Guys, people.
Okay. When we have vote, the Senate gets a comprehensive report of their findings and attack the Supreme Court ruling and the amnesty law and everything. And the position statement for those commissioners who decided on budget to hear and said the way forward is the Parliament House is conscious for peace. Then when Boyka come now, he is deceived by coming there. They belong there, not be there. And you know where he's just thinking, what kind of way, Boyka, what kind of thing? You want to go after people? Then, the CDC still control the lower in the upper house. Mm-hmm. So they went talking away, talking about thing they did for a teaching, they did a solution. That passed, because of any problem. Yeah. Then they sent it to the Senate. Mm-hmm. Then something happened. Wow. All of them almost trying to then they brought it on Tuesday morning. Oh, then when I heard what was happening, it was remain 2 persons to sign. I was me, I was Bani, Jim Bani. Now when I went to court, I said, what is going on? You were here when we had sent paper, and you were here with our own leadership. and we send the report with all documents, legal documents, to Garguah. Then Burger benefited from the 2010 decision by the Supreme Court to be involved in the election in 2011 because he nothing wrong with that.
You're right. You're right.
He benefited.
You're right.
The other fellow has been for 12 years now. He's now president now. We finish campaign for that kind of woman, and he wants to secure us. You got gone with persecute us. So what is going on with Ekun? Ekun said, well, I will do for you to help you with lawyer. That's why I think we'll do for lawyer.
Wait, my man, please, on my time, please.
No, to me?
No.
Resolution is not a law. So, starting the resolution, I mean, we agree. Bring it now. When Burger send a bill, they will not put all the law they put in now.
Oh, okay. That was a smart move.
I said, correct move.
If you doing one year for the public again, now you'll be eyeing you.
Yeah.
I told you when the table, I really like me a cool easy to move over.
This is important part.
The whole election at in a corner. If you hear my preaching, Sunday, you will conclude will you rescue as a nomenclature after winning? The broadcast, I don't even answer my phone, they don't pick me up, they don't let me down, they don't even have time. I don't talk because God knows what is happening, and everything I will accept it because our son who is vice president to him from Linda, the people will not understand if I start hating on Burger.
You're right.
The Peabody Kofa, the woman I have my word at Peabody Kofa first cousin.
Oh, yeah, okay.
The people don't know this, so we're talking about, but I don't have, no, let me tell you, nobody in the republic, somebody just call me.
It's the important part.
No,
I don't want to be in whole recording for.
But you take your own money and go to 40 or 47 or 41 of lawmaker to remove a speaker of a protest. It's not the work of any lawmaker, it must be the work of the executive.
Okay.
It's not in the moral. What the interest we all have to give money to people.
Okay, guys, thank you. Okay, now the reason I play it for, many people are saying that you saw the elaborate thing they do for Prince Johnson today. They put him in like a float, and they come marching doing stuff. They are doing it because people feel that they know they treated him bad and he wasn't treated right. So, my man, I'm talk, but let me talk now. Yeah, no problem. I'm trying to talk.
It won't be all over the place.
So now, because of what they did now, they want to the human post low. You see, honor your man. But yes, but they recording telling you, they may tell you, I say, nobody in their own mind will give 47% money to move a speaker if the executive not involved. He's simply telling you, say, the executive, Waka and Kune, were the one who undermined the whole removal of who orchestrated the whole removal of trying to move Speaker Kofa. What Prince is saying, that they pay money, the money comes from them. So look, all of you see they're doing, they're going to Nima tomorrow, they're going to that form and pageantry to give them, man. So for me, if I was in the House, if I'm in the Senate, I would not participate in that program. I would not be part of it. To God, I won't be part of it. I will respect the will of the traditional protocol, the honor or their state person when we elect that person, but I would not be part of it. But they're telling you the way they're doing, they again able to say that when he was living, they hire him, who held him high esteem, they honor him or not. That's not how. It's just like let us prove that then I would do something. But in who words, he telling y'all, first of all, that the executive branch orchestrated removal of Kofa. They're the one who spent the money. He clear with that. And telling them how Baga not answering the phone. Baga start answering the phone. So what I think they do right now, they all pretense. The Nima people, they left for you now to find out who really loves y'all or not. So y'all find out for yourself. That's all I want to tell you. So Abu, stop interrupting when people talking. When your time comes, you will talk, please. I beg you.
All right. I think I'm my time, right? At my time.
And I have time. That people
time.
Yeah, quickly before I can, because I don't want to go in the same to do one thing too quick. Yeah, I agree with that. And Abu, you have to listen to. We have to go deep into. Is it a old recording? Old recording? It's not an issue of the old recording. The process is that the way he was treated, the manner, and all those things that unfolded. And today, couple of what the vice president said, I didn't listen. Right, I was a little engaged, and what Sarah is saying here, if it is true, is supporting. And I mean, this is not a good sign for you. Particularly for him, that is noticing this presidency process. I would hope that they manage this issue well. But the way he was treated was wrong. I mean, that meant if I was in that kind of a line to work with people that have basically that someone maybe take on the presidency, trust me, no matter what happens, that man would never lack anything. Anytime he called me, even if I can't see him, one of my agent or confidant will always be around him. That's the basic. My agent or confidant will always be there to take his call. Yeah, granted, the president is an engaged position, very engaged. The president is busy doing a lot of things, trying to run the affairs of the states and the rest of those things. When you stay in the states, you have to focus on that. But someone that push you and ensure without that person, you wouldn't have been president. Whatever, I will even make sure, even when I can take a call at the time I'm engaged, but before I touch the bed, I will call him. I say, "Oh, Mr. Johnson has everything, man. What happened? But you think it wouldn't be good for you to pass by this weekend and sit and talk? I mean, if the man can make you president, why you want to escape from him? Why you want to say he's older than he can beat the cause, then you want to distance yourself? Come on. If I can be president of that country, I would. If that's the most powerful country in the world, I will call them and say, "Hey, this man's a cause is a political ally, and it's a tradition in this country. I will always associate with that kind of person. So the person himself will be proud of what he did, right? So I mean that's it. But again."
We understand Abu problem. He had to sell his government.
Abu, hold on. That's no, that's me for you.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So I will agree with what he said, and I think another reason why he was a little bit disappointed with when you listen to that video. Pewee, we can hear you. Pewee, we can hear you.
Yeah, we just said, Chief.
Good. All right. So one of the reasons why he was disappointed because he is saying in that video that Jeremiah Kuhn is aware of the roadmap that the Guar government used, the same roadmap that they use and the same documents that they use, to shield him. He suspected them to have gone through that same format to use those same thing and shoot him. But here is it now, the guy who he made is not shielding him. And that's where his disappointment, came from. Even though today, Jeremiah Kuhn also acknowledged that he is where he is because of Prince Johnson. And I think that was one good thing he did. He did acknowledge that. So yeah, I will stop there and let's let this UP man come and yell here. It's 1 minute.
Like you got talk about that. Let me hear you.
You see how deceptive you guys are?
What does that word mean?
Deceptive, man. What come ideology about the country and not to prosecute people who committed atrocity in this country? You come on the show, you shooting. You are deceptive. You are very dishonest.
I am explaining what he's saying in the video.
I wish you were saying that during the election.
Listen to me. You are dishonest. President Walker promised the people of Liberia that when he's elected as president, he will prosecute. He will prosecute. Let me put in the background.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, you will prosecute all of those who committed atrocities in this country. Without Prince Johnson, for me, I'm a Muslim. I don't know to discuss ill about their body. I don't believe in that. It's against the Quran. But the president promised at the time Kennedy promised that when he's elected as president, you ensure that World Economic Code is established in this country, that people who committed atrocities, I'm a victim. My father, my grandfather, my father was killed right around Omega era. Only because you are speaking Mandingo. And you come on and show My grandfather, my father, one of father. That's what I'm saying. From my father's side.
Okay.
Paternal grandfather. You get it, man? He was killed by the Omega only because he was a Mandingo man. And he come on the show, he says you shoot. And you the same person call him a one economic crime code. Are you very serious, man? Are you serious, man?
I'm calling for it. I don't want it.
To shoot the late senator? Was the late senator? It was, no, but what he just said now, he said the same
you didn't get me. I said that's I said that was why Prince Joseph was insinuating that they were not shooting him.
We should not be elevating that. Because war, economic crime code, too many, all of us on the platform, we are a victim of the World Economic Crime Code. Past government officials have looked at this country. And this president is saying that he should be held accountable. And the man is letting the prove he's setting precedent. Now, when he's no longer president tomorrow, he should be audited. He should be accountable for his stewardship. They come on the show and say the president, did not shoot Prince Johnson. We gotta be honest. This platform is a serious platform. Maybe you don't know that. We are here to sensitize the people about the happenings across the country. You may be an ANC partisan, other person at CDC, too many independent, sometimes CDC. But we have to be honest. The President Guar at the time Kennedy Guar promised the electors that when he's voted president, he will ensure that those who committed atrocity against the state will be held liable for that stewardship.
Did he promise the private?
And he's doing exactly what he was elected for. He can't say that. He told
we hear you. Okay, let me progress.
Your face.
Let me progress.
Somebody get up in power. You're not Togar in power, yeah?
And the real Togar in power, if you know the real.
So for me personally, I was saying, right, like I said, and whenever you are elected official in the country and you in office, you pass away, no matter your history, they will accord you this national ceremony. You accord it. If you're a senator, your body will lie instead in the return of the Senate, which we did. And now, for me, what I'm saying is that the way I see everybody like that's like you have lost someday national hero.
Yes,
I personally would not be part of it because, and honestly, I mean. He only there because doing it because he's senator at all. But like today, I received a lot of calls today from people who Prince took their parents' life in front of them and so forth. And I said, look, I was saying that there's a lot of mix when it comes to his Prince Johnson. His issue is very controversial because of the role he played in the Civil War. So as a result,
in the streets
the way the government tried to make it like that some national hero, for instance, like that. Everybody have their own, but I would not have done it.
No, you're not coming here. You're not coming here.
Let me move on, right?
He was a diplomat. He understands.
Yeah, but like I said, it's traditional. It's a national tradition. Yeah. But I would not, if I understand, I would not participate in that. I'm trying to tell you. But
why?
Because I just my conscience will not let me to do it because
no, don't do that. Former colleague, they should not say
I say me personally. I will not have participated. My conscience.
What has the Senate? What has the Senate done for people whose parents died? People who lost people in the war. What have they done for those 200,000 people?
So
what I just told you now, and now you should be hearing President Guar for establishing World Economic Crime Code. The president the president has charged somebody with the responsibility to work with international partners in establishing World Economic Crime Code. That was some of the promises he made.
How far they go with the World Economic Crime Code?
Madam, the party, the Kennedy is the Kennedy did not bust for the
progress being made.
Money in that budget for
progress.
Nothing there.
Yeah,
did you see any money in the budget?
We not muster the courage. We muster the courage to establish lawyer.
You must have the courage to put people together. That's it. Abu, you must have the courage to put people together. That's it.
To put people together and to decide the function when they are doing it, though.
To decide the function, how far they're going with that?
They are doing it.
You need to be serious.
Abu, you don't know what you're talking about.
When the representative authority, no,
you know the facts. You know the facts.
You made progress, right? Okay.
Yeah, I made progress, my brother.
Okay. How to call it? We know that in an ongoing issue at the court today, I think there's a case between the case was taken by the Kofa Block that calling the election of Richard Coon illegal, and I think the justice in one of the lower courts have already taken up that case. So I don't know. I want to find out from you guys. What's your take on it? Yeah. This is The 6th Judicial Circuit Court, Law Court at the Temple of Justice, presided by George Smith, has summoned, I don't know what they call him, hospital. I will not call him. Has summoned Richard Coon to appear on Thursday, the 16th of January. The judge summons trigger for a 22-count petition for a writ of declaratory judgment prayed by lawyers of Speaker Kofa. In the petition, they requested the court to declare the election of Richard Coon null and without legislative legitimacy, deeming it indeed ultra-virus. So now, the Speaker lawyer requested the court to declare the parallel session by which they describe as themselves as illegal. So now, the Supreme Court, we all know what it did. I don't have faith in the Supreme Court. I'm surprised that Chief Justice you and her bench, they should have been very clear in the ruling. Instead of saying, instead of leaving it like somehow vague, and the Justice Minister, who is the Dean of the Supreme Court, he interpreted it in his own liking to please his bosses. And the minute he did it, President Bouaka, as head of the executive branch, told the officials to do business with that particular group. And Yombly and her group too decided to follow suit and recognize him as Speaker. And now here we are. Speaker Kofa has refused to resign. He's not going to resign. He's not resigned, and he stay in his office. They are taking all his security detail and so, but his office staff is still intact. Everything, but the rule of law caucus. The reason why you see them, they are trying to engage Coon and his group. But what's your take on it, Sarah? Let me ask you first. Let's Sarah tell us what her take on this new petition they filed.
Well, my own take on it is that I think it's the right thing to do when it comes to the law. But I don't see it. I stand to be corrected, but I don't think it's going to do anything or it's going to change anything. Because if the Supreme Court, which is the final arbiter of the law, can put up a ruling and it was vague, and the Speaker and his caucus went ahead and resubmitted another, a law, or resubmitted another suit, in order for the Supreme Court to make that decision clear to the Liberian people what it actually meant in their ruling. And up to this point, we can't hear anything from the Supreme Court. I don't know whether this other lawsuit that they filed, whether it's going to even shake. Because we all know, even the baby that is born today knows that the executive is underneath everything. The executive has compromised everything. The executive is controlling everything. The courts, the police, everything. So they are able to do whatever they can do to subvert that ruling or to subvert that lawsuit. So I pray for the Speaker and his caucus. I think he's doing the right thing, and I still say that he should not resign. But at the end of the day, I don't know how far this is going to go. But he's still the speaker recognized by all Liberians in our country, because we all know Rachel Kuhn was forced to be a speaker. He's not the legal speaker. The Liberian people know that. And this is why they're doing everything possible to link Speaker Kofa to fire and this and that. But at the end of the day, the Liberian people know the truth. So I will stop this far.
Okay, now you hear from Benjamin.
So it is a good step. However, the step is a little funny. And you hear what I say so. I think they want to push the Supreme Court to understand, because what's going to happen is that the Circuit Court is going to rule in their favor and consider what's his name?
Richard Kuhn.
Richard Kuhn to not be the speaker. Or let's say if the Circuit Court says Richard Kuhn is not a speaker, guess what Richard Kuhn is going to do? He's going to turn a P and run to the Supreme Court. And if he runs to the Supreme Court, now the Supreme Court will be forced again to then speak. Because once the lower court says he's not the speaker, all hell break loose again. Then we are back to square one. So I think that is a good political maneuver. Sometimes you have to find places where you are more favorable. Maybe they could be favorable in that Circuit Court, and if the Circuit Court rules in their favor, automatically Kuhn is going to run to the Supreme Court. And if you run to the Supreme Court, hoping that, and if the government is involved, as we all know they are, and if the government push the Supreme Court again, now the Supreme Court will have to come clean. Now the Supreme Court now we have to declare if Kuhn is his legitimate speaker or not, and that will be where they will have show their hands. So I think that's a good strategy. I will start that, Tomalin.
Abu.
Yeah, Tomalin.
Yeah, I'm listening.
I don't think the conversation deserve my input though, because they'll be wasting my precious time on things that have no impact on the people of Liberia.
Then go when you finish with one that you can come back.
Because the thing about it is, listen, Ben, you were speaking, nobody interrupted you, Chief. The thing about it is, the Supreme Court having to be the final arbiter of the rule of law of our country, as enshrined in the Constitution. When the Supreme Court speak, whether the ruling favor of you or against you, you are on an obligation to adhere to whatever ruling the Supreme Court be your status, like in spite of your status in society. So for somebody to come on the show, and I like the fact that we have been given an opportunity to come in and air our view. Sometimes I see some of the commenters using condescending words against us, but we are not bothered about that because we're not saying what you want to hear. And trust me, I'm not sure I'll be one of the person that will be saying things that you want to hear. And I don't have time for you guys though. But on a serious note, Ben, the Supreme Court have not been compromised. And in fact, on the Supreme Court bench, the five justices on the Supreme Court bench, including the Chief Justice, were people we met there. So for somebody to think that he has been compromised only because of political reason, then I don't know what disingenuous, and then he's being disingenuous to the people of Liberia. These people were there when we went there. Only one person this president has appointed. That person is who? The lady who just took, the lady that just went on the bench. Nobody under pressure yet. They see Supreme Court rule in favor of people of the minority bloc. Yaga Koluba, just recently, Supreme Court ruling Yaga Koluba favor that he was being deprived illegally of the benefits. When the man was speaker, what is the name of Maryland? Boba Chimo was speaker. They didn't see Supreme Court rule. They see Supreme Court rules in favor of the Guar Ra stuff that it is allegedly owned by Finabono. Why you guys being so sentimental on conversation like this office? Ben, why you being so sentimental? You and Sarah, you guys will not be sentimental. This country, when President Baka leaves, another president will come. You like it or not, that's the reason why the Constitution gave all of us the authority, all of us the power that disenfranchised right to exercise at the pool. And that is whoever wins should be accorded that respect the person is entitled to as enshrined in the Constitution. This president has not instructed anybody on the Supreme Court bench to rule in favor of somebody from the party. People who champion the removal of Kofa are allies of Kofa. Some of whom it has been believed that he sponsored a campaign. Well, look at the guy that defeated Boba Timor, Edis Williams from Maryland. The United Party telling you to champion the cause will remove me. Like I said yesterday, you are not on the show, but you have been on the show, too many on the show. None of us on the show can elect speaker. Who elect speaker are lawmakers. They are direct representative of us. They decide who becomes the speaker. None of all have authority to make anybody speaker. And these people comes and say, we want them to be our speaker. Then who are you going to say the person is speaker? That you can make somebody speaker, that somebody can make somebody speaker, that me can make somebody speaker. Speaker is made by lawmakers. They vote a leader. They vote first among equals. That they are lawmakers, and not you. So for you to say that be done away, these people that voted them, these people that voted, I got Tomo Fala, I say them, two persons, speaker, the speaker and the deputy speaker. And these people are elected. The other positions can be appointed by the other positions. It is an appointed position. That is within the statutory responsibility of the speaker to appoint who he wants to appoint to serve on various committee. So you don't want to say something only because of political reason. You and I have no authority, absolutely no authority to decide who becomes speaker other than the lawmakers. And they have said they don't want Funati to be the speaker. They recognize in concurrence with the upper house, Senator Yombli Kanga Protein conducted an election. And that elections, all the senators voted. What were they acting on? The next day, they didn't do communication to the lower or recognizing Virginia as speaker. They voted for who? They voted in favor to recognize Regent Nangwekun. Too many join the show. Too many join. You heard about it? You ready?
So what?
You do not even know the process.
The upper house, the senators, recognize Regent Nangwekun as speaker. And too many know about that.
They are also because they're also a bunch of criminals on the other side.
Give me chance, chief.
They're complicit. So, but anyway, let me.
You're not lawmaker. See, we're not lawmaker. Too many not lawmaker. The lawmaker.
Too many. I want to say something. I want to say something with regards to what Abu said. Abu, you said that the very Supreme Court rule in favor of certain people and stuff like that. But you have to know that every situation is not the same. Every situation is not the same. Okay, let me finish. Every situation is not the same. And every candidate situation is different. This time around is about the rule of law and it's about the process. The Supreme Court ruled from the beginning that the existence of the minority black was ultra-virus. That was the ruling. Ultra-virus was the ruling. Okay. Yes, that's what they said. At the end of the day, that's what they said. Go back and go read the Supreme Court ruling.
Okay, so let me progress. Let
Come on.
Don't mind. The money can get a man too much time to talk. People here, we're not going to listen to your lies.
So nobody's speaking on lies except for people who believe that we stay
speaking on lies because the things you're coming up with is completely different.
So, like I said, you lack that jurisdiction to decide, or you lack that authority to decide who becomes speaker. The lawmakers are the one who decide who becomes speaker.
And there are rules governing the lawmakers. There are rules. There are rules, Abu. There are rules. Don't leave that out. When you explain it, explain it with the facts. There are rules that govern the lawmaker. The lawmakers are not doing things by themselves. They have rules and regulations, don't they? Don't they have rules and regulations, Abu? Answer me now.
So you let Abu end now.
Listen, move on. I'm being very clear. I'm crystal clear about this, right? Pewee here can attest.
Why you always call Pewee?
Listen to me, Ben. What happened, man? None of us on the show, excluding I got an exempting lawmaker.
Abu, wait 1 minute. Jonah, I don't have around the man calling my name. The man my John Combre. I don't have around calling my name. What you want about it? I will go ahead.
The man looking for Allah.
As I said, none of us.
The man looking for Allah. I don't know what you're
following religiously, right?
Yeah, so Abu end, so we can move on.
I just said none of us on this platform can decide who becomes speaker, exempting lawmakers. Only lawmakers can decide who becomes the leader. That's what I said.
Challenge you, don't call Pewee and don't call Tomalin here. I bet you for the next 10 minutes.
I'm watching you, man. See what's going on. I see what going on.
So I don't know, but guys, I don't know. Anyone listen to the Ministry of Information press conference today?
Abu, you're not like what I would tell you about Joseph. Don't stop it.
I heard that.
You tell me what Joseph.
You don't make progress.
Progress.
Yeah, but I was told. I'm still trying to lay hands on our business today. But if anybody listen to it and have copy of it, we can talk about it. That the LRA boss of Toba Jala said that he exceeded his revenue collection for the year 2024. What he projected, I think he said he exceeded. In other words, he said they raised more money just from domestic revenue as they were projected. Well, the question people are saying that are asking is that if you raise all the money, then why there were some programs that were not funded, some programs that people are crying for money. So I bet you I know he will come and say, well,
what did you for?
Coming out, he will say, well, I raised money. I'm not going to charge to spend the money or appropriate. My only job is to raise the money.
That's not your time to talk.
How it is spent, how it is appropriated and spent is not my place. But I just want to forward a way in. I'm not anybody. I'll start with Pewee. Pewee, you listen to the press conference at Mika today concerning the LRA bonds, the Minister of Finance, about the revenues. They said the raise.
Thank you. So the minister of not the minister, the commissioner, the Commissioner General of the Liberia Revenue Authority, Commissioner Toba Jala, stated today, if not boasted today, that the government performed well in terms of the revenue generation, the revenue generation by meeting it. He didn't emphasize that he's talking about meeting their target and in excess of $2 million. So they generated $692 million.
Exactly.
In excess of 2 million, which is 692, because the projected amount according to him was $690 million. But here's what the press conference didn't do justice to, because I was trying to go through it. To do that, you may have revisited the recast budget first. What was the projection of the recast budget? So many folks that don't understand the specifics, and that's where the problem is. The projected amount of the recast budget was $738 million. That's the projected amount of the recast budget. Yes. Now, and if you come into office and say to the Liberian people that you generated in excess of 2 million, you got 690 and 92 in total, meaning why is it that you want to say to us? I thought, and there were they make some mistakes, and I think they're going to correct this, and we're going to start pointing those things to them. What he should have done was to come and say to us, funded them because the entire recast budget that the president signed is 738. The president signed 738 and you say you collected 692. No, you stay, there's a shortfall stay. So they need to come and explain to the deflate that amount. You deflecting the amount that was promised or being given by the international partners. For instance, the EU said it will give this. EU said it will give that. He should have clearly deflated the proposed amount that was committed by some international partners. And here's the reason why they didn't do that. Because the international partners will commit to the government of Liberia, saying we will fund this portion of the budget, but there are conditionality attached to those money coming. So if you didn't meet the benchmark, if those benchmarks were not met, obviously those money won't come in. So the money did not come in. So you cannot come and say you collected in excess because you didn't even meet the projected, because you judge this process by the recast budget. And the recast budget that was signed by the president in May is 738, not 690. That's a contradiction. So again, we needed to come back and ask the hard question. And they should understand that some of us will pay attention to the figure and we'll do the analysis of it and we'll do an attachment to that. So the major problem is that it's not a performance, because that is not, and that's the issue many people are saying. And part of the reason why you see in the cases that government will have issue with the major problem is that it's not a performance, because that is.
You guys, your device on?
No, I don't have device on. I don't know what's happening.
Go ahead.
Okay, yeah. So what we have to do now is to say, and that's priority spending again. If you spend outside of budget allotment and money, they will bring all the problem. Like the Emory Hospital in Boporu City, Boporu County. There was a projected amount to that hospital that they push 390 something million thousand US dollars, 300 plus thousand. Up to current, they have given that hospital just a little over 60 or something $1,000. Right? So there may be some problem in coming in terms of if you spend money to where money was not allocated, and then you prioritize areas over major area. That's why the reason why those major area won't get the other money. But this, what he's saying that today, the LRA boss, there will have to be need some clarification. That
we need clarification, because I remember during the Guar administration, right? Don't forget now, during Madam Sali 12 years, she had more direct foreign assistance coming to her government.
Yeah, yes.
She was very true. She was a darling. She had a lot of money coming there. So when the Guar administration when they came to office, they asked that this thing continue, but then they said no. People said, well, you're stable, you're okay. So you give them credit, right? If you look at, I hope I'll get it. I'll try to get it, the numbers. Do you know that for we are 6 years and Ellen 12 years, when it comes to domestic revenue, we had then raised more money in domestic revenue as compared to Ellen 12 years in domestic revenue mobilization. They raised more money. So I mean, that's one year people say Tour is now good. When they're attacking some Tour, I got problem. If you only knew the job that guy did, that young man did with the Ministry of Finance, our economic stuff, Tour did a very good job here in his team. And the only thing, like I told Tour, I said the problem with you guys should have come up simple and explain to tell people exactly what you guys did. Because I just realized that in 12 years, her domestic revenue mobilization far less as compared to we are 6 years domestic revenue mobilization. The facts are there, the records are there. We'll bring the records maybe hopefully this week, and we'll come and put it here and we'll see it. We'll put it up here. But that year for you guys about the revenue, about what people just said concerning the revenue that the government said they exceeded their projection. What the case? Sure, you muted.
I said, let the government more Peter, so okay, yeah.
Tomalin.
Yeah.
Hey, you said to a wedding?
What?
You said to a day wedding?
To a day very well as Minister of Finance.
Speak to the issue, forget about it.
Talk about issue.
Don't waste our time here. Speak to the issue.
Let's go.
To decisions, his policies at the Ministry of Finance, they not effectively changing the livelihood of people who were working with him.
They won't wait.
Where they were. When people were not taking pay on time, they were.
You keep saying that thing, and not true. Stop it.
They can lie too much. They can lie too much. That's too much. That's the reason why government giving you heart and you lie too much.
Listen, I got friends, I got professional colleagues who works at Ministry of Finance.
Look at it, man. Yeah.
You get me? People were not taking pay on time.
People were not taking pay on time.
People were
not taking pay on time. People right here. People can defend himself.
People, but listen, let me tell you something. Pewee was not an employee. He was a contractor. This is Bodily, contractor employees are now in the same category.
No, come on. Listen, if we didn't take pay, listen to me now. Listen, Abu, wait 1 minute. Wait 1 minute.
I will not get you change because you won't lie.
Abu, 1 minute. If Silver 7 didn't take pay, meaning we didn't take pay. So that's it. Let me get that. We were all taking pay from the consolidated, so that's it.
He was not an employee of government.
But yeah, but I'm not saying to you now. The pay.
You want to consolidated account? Abu, stop it.
But people were not being paid on time. Too many that fight.
Okay, I'm not arguing. Just say it.
Okay, you pay on time now. Go to the issue.
Absolutely, we are paying on time.
Okay, go to the issue now.
We are paying on time. I said,
crying for.
We tell you, we did not so job you pay.
Okay, but the people still crying, so you go ahead now. Go ahead and speak to the
people
issue.
People who are crying, and people from your party that lack the moral voice to cry.
Look at them, man. Your own rescue people they crying, they say they lack the moral voice to cry. But
yeah.
Speak to the issue.
Yeah. Okay, Abu talk, please. I beg you.
Yeah. So on a serious note, Togar was a disappointment. In fact, Togar contributed to we are defeat.
That's a lie. That's a lie.
Contributed to was we are.
That's a lie. That's a lie. Togar had nothing to do with we are defeat. Don't lie.
Interrupting me.
Don't lie. You lie. I will checkmate you.
When your time comes, you can say whatever you want to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Interrupt me.
Don't lie.
Togar contributed to we are defeat.
Okay.
The civil servants who at the time were in government.
Is this what we're talking about? Are we talking about Doba Jala or thing?
No, but the man said Togar did well.
No, but speak to Doba Jala. The Doba Jala discussion.
You got a moderator.
Abu speak. I beg you.
You want a moderator?
No, but Tomalin, let the man speak to the issue. The issue on the discussion.
You got to mention to anything. Abu.
Which topic I speak on?
No, we have a specific topic that we'll discuss. Is about the Doba Jala performance.
On a serious note, hats off to Doba Jala and his team at LRA. Doba Jala has been one of the distinct sons of Lofa County.
Okay.
He has been one of the distinct sons of Lofa County. He has a track record. He has a track record of
God damn.
This man, when he was at PPCC, people knows other people from CDC. Maybe you want to put it out there, but the character I'm speaking of, even too many, even Ben can voice for him. The character I'm speaking of, you know who is Doba Jala? He say, look at him. They means an integrity icon. So to have, in the kind of banking economy that we inherited from the CDC and some of it accomplished.
I'm not about Jala from my heart. Don't tell me about him.
Okay, so too money to have raised 692 million, gave me the economy that we inherited from the 10th president. I think it is something that we should hold Doba Jala for, and I want to salute him for being very passionate about what he do in the best interest of our country. So people talk about budget shortfall. You know what budget shortfall comes about? It's somebody budget shortfall.
So I put you hitting now. Go ahead, respond. Go ahead.
No, we don't know. Tell us.
I hate
you talk about budget shortfall. So
he said the people raise a amount of money, but why is it that they still complaining about other things? What he said to money.
I said they said they exceeded the projection, but then the question is,
yes, projection.
Okay, go ahead.
So that
Is it
LR
done?
didn't do the projection. That LR didn't do the projection.
Oh, they can tell you how much they would raise, right? How much they would
Yeah, but
raise.
they put to your target is
They see that what they're going to raise. But
So
they
Abu,
are going to do appropriation and spending. They are not the one.
So Abu, yes, it. So basically,
the process they got say 92.
No, I come to match the process. No, to do that, you have to revisit the recast budget.
Yes.
What was the recast budget? The recast budget was 738. 738 million. What was the recast budget that was signed by the president? It is from there that we do an analysis from if you projected, if you collected, then you come and say, okay, we collected more in excess or we didn't, we collected in shortfall. I mean, we didn't reach our targeted projected amount. So there where you just start post from that and you get to understand where we headed. Now, here's my point. I thought he would have, I'm not saying he did anything wrong. I mean, sorry, but I think he mixed something up here. He should have come, I want to believe, the reason why it was 738, it was because they added the commitment that came from international partners, right? Other multilateral institution or right. So for instance, let's say the World Bank may have committed this amount to the budget, or this institution said they will commit this amount to the budget. If those didn't come out, and then the amount, if they're going to emphasize there that the projected recast amount was 738, but for the domestic revenue collection, we committed 690 and we collected 692. That would have been a baseline to do that clarification. Then we'll understand in total, but still, there would have been shortfall because the recast budget was 738. There would have still been understanding, but you committed from the domestic front. This is what we collected from the domestic front. That would have been compromise. There will be some understanding in the process there, and then we move forward on that. But to come and say you did this, and there's a room here to be open because we run a cash-based budget, meaning what we collect as a country is what we spend. We collect before we spend. We collect, we spend, we collect, we spend. So it's a cash-based kind of a budget that we run in the country. So with that projected amount they gave to 738, then you collected 692. No, then that should not be. But if you clarify to the people that from the domestic front, we've committed to collect this and we collected this, yeah, he will be correct from that end. But in totality, there would have been a shortfall.
So let me talk my own, right? For me, I don't know a lot about budget, but I was listening to national budget. I know the budget about my house. I know about my house budget, my household budget. But I'm talking about in terms of the government. But I was listening to other stations, and they were talking about the same budget that Double Jada talked about, and how he bragged that he made, they got so much and stuff like that. And don't get me wrong, but Double Jada, I know him from time. He's a very smart young old man. I shouldn't say young man, but he's a smart man. And he at the time I knew him, I think I could talk about integrity on his behalf. But for now, I don't know. I can't vouch for that. But they were talking about it, and there was somebody on the show who said that Ministry of Finance does not agree with what Double Jada is saying. I stand to be corrected on that, but that was the argument. And somebody on the show was saying, if they say they collected this and that, just the same point Pewee is making, they should have revisited the recast budget to know, because there was certain amount that was allocated for certain counties, and they did not get those amounts. Like the person talked specifically about Buffalo. The Buffalo did not get the amount of money that was in the budget for them to get. So, looking at all of that, I think that Double Jada has a lot more explanation to give the Liberian people and to also back it up with evidence, because you can't kind of tell the Liberian people, say, you in front of the president, you want to show both and all of that, but at the end of the day, it has to do with evidence. You have to show the Liberian people, convince them what all this is coming from, and how can you back it up. So that's just my point I want to make.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the Liberian Revenue Authority, their job is to mobilize revenue for the government, the country, and like they will tell you, like Toba Jala, I have high regards for him. He's somebody who he's a very fine public servant.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
I respect him a lot. But like he will tell you.
But the rescue mission is contaminated.
My job is to raise money. I raise the money. How is it appropriated? How is it spent? Is the executive branch. They're the one who would do that. So, but in other words, he's trying to tell you that if somebody's complaining that certain project wasn't funded, certain sector wasn't funded, it's not me. The money was available. Raise the money. So you're asking who controls the money, and that's the issue.
Ministry.
And if you check to look for me, all in all, right? To be honest with you, once I look at the various the numbers, right? Like I saw Martin Kwali attacking DeLong. I mean, it's for me, like I said, look, I have no problem with the attack. They all put the government to power, they all supported this government. So when they call each other out, it's good. In other words, Martin was saying that DeLong is justifying that, oh, okay, sorry the president we are, but only because he flew on a private jet with President Boyka to go to Ghana. So he's saying that, oh, I see, because you have enjoyed the privilege, you say, oh, I think we're wrong at that we are. So now, let us get new plane, let us get our
at the highest level.
He said, yeah, let us get our plane too. And you know very well, at this time in our country, Liberia is not in the position to get a plane. You know that very well. We got a lot of priorities to handle, think we're playing. Like again,
but they don't know the difference between these and ones.
Right?
It had no correlation. But you bring Martin story, and we just stay discussing the word. It got no correlation.
Abu, I'm talking because the money that was raised.
You are not telling me the city here, Abu. You are not telling me the city.
Abu, I'm saying that the money, Doba Jala said he raised money for the country, right? The money he said we got money. So everybody said sector wasn't funded. It's not me. The money was available. How it was spent, how it appropriated is not my job. It's the executive branch. That's where the problem comes from. So you know what I'm going to tell you, right? The issue comes about two. An example, with Martin attacking DeLong. It's all part of the conversation because the fact of the matter is that only because DeLong now he was privileged to fly on a presidential jet, private jet with the president now, so he justifying it. He saw all the kind of amenities enjoying the plane. So he said, now, okay, you know, Sonny, I don't think we're ready for the attack we are. So now, Labro should buy their own plane. So all the things we're not whole. And we got priorities in the country to handle. People are telling you now, Emirates Hospital. That's a modern hospital that we had when he went to I think to the Emirates. He asked his friends then to help him and to build a hospital for the country. That's a modern hospital with everything you can see in the hospital. It should be well equipped. But they got a budget for the hospital. They got a budget.
I heard they took most of the equipment to JFK because
we're going to JFK again too, man.
Yeah.
Whatever, Abu, you tell her how to run the show. Abu, come on now. We'll talk. Abu,
he want to control everybody's speech.
Yeah, because Abu, when you feel then you don't you get problem.
That's why they want the platform for.
Discussion we should
talk about money.
The platform here to control what we say here, Abu.
One thing talk about money, budget appropriation and stuff. So
that Pewee just said not looking at.
But Pewee, let me ask you quickly, right? We'll move on. Pewee, what are your thoughts about LeBron getting a private jet for at this time? You think? I mean, again, let me be clear. I support private jets. We think by the president, right? Because there are a lot of reasons why you take a private jet for the president. So when we was doing it, I would defend it because we knew what it means. It means a lot for the president to fly in a private jet.
The men keen to power on lies.
So now that they are happy, but Pewee, what are your thoughts about getting a brand new private jet for the country?
You're muted.
Yeah, if the country can afford it, but again, we got some priority problem in the country. There are a lot of major things we needed to put into place because now getting the private jet, you have to understand clearly again, there are certain threshold we have to meet. And since when I mean threshold, do we need a private jet that will fly us just in the region? Or we need a private jet that would take our president transatlantic flights? right? So that's the kind of a process. Why? Because the plane you saw, the president that can always convey the president from one point to the next. That plane cannot. I don't think that plane got the capacity to fly here in the U.S. That right? Because you need a flight that will take us on from Monrovia Street here, from Monrovia to China. So again, if those kind of a flight you need to get, the quote for those will be very high. You'll be talking about. So I don't think we have around maybe something $80 to $100 million to just put behind a plane. So it's a kind of serious debate in the country. But again, I don't think that is the point. I do agree that the president should fly in dignity. But again, if we doing renting for now in this time, and the president should just limit and go to strategic trip and make those kind of strategic trips. For instance, recently the president went to Ghana in less than 2 weeks, 2 times. In less than in a week time.
And then he went by again.
2 times in a week time. So I thought that was not strategically planned. Probably he should have just left there and wait for the time. It was just in a week, a little over 1 week. He did that. So we need to be strategic, and we try to ensure that we want to fight fraud, waste, and abuse to stem the malfeasance is part of the process of instilling some discipline in terms of our bureaucratic process. So yes, how much will it cost? And we are looking at last time, some of these portable private jet will cost around $15 plus $million, and they don't really have extraordinary extra capacity. So if you need a kind of a private jet that we move you through with a capacity of close to maybe your delegation size, and get a suite, presidential suite for the president. That would be a bedroom, a master bedroom, a presidential office, and a design, something like, So you're talking about in a very huge amount of money. So I mean, I don't think the country is prepared to do that, because there's major priority problem we have for now. So a jet should not be the priority of the country buying one for us. No, that would be an extraordinary. That would be kind of a extravagant spending that we cannot afford for now. Yeah.
Okay. Yes. So, but look, again, another thing is that the budget. We all aware the budget.
But Ben, you talk, yeah, Ben.
Oh, Ben.
Yeah.
Oh, Ben Wayne.
No,
Wayne,
so I
didn't Ben me talk like that. The criticize like, oh, nothing.
So like I was saying, that was he does not understand the difference between what a want is and what a need and what needs are. So because of his limitation, I will understand why he would run to say that the country needs a plane when in fact we can't afford one. A guy like himself should have known better to make such a flimsy statement. But again, the only place these kind of people can survive is in Liberia. So yes, that's all I can say. I can say until Darius Dillon learn what needs and wants are. I'm not going to waste my time on him.
Abu, you guys gonna say something? Move on.
Yeah, but listen, too money.
Yeah.
All the wrong statement are not representing government. So for somebody to say the government got money, government not get money.
You see, Trump private plane is $275 million.
Talk it.
Yeah, so the president got all this.
What budget?
And that's the budget of the 747 Trump has.
But then you spoke already, Chief. You keep interrupting me today. What happened? Why ANC photo you? Yeah, so Tomalin, this president is focused in bettering the livelihoods of Liberians. I don't want to believe he will venture at the moment. If there will be, then we will speak about that. But at the moment, the president is focused on facing rules that will further empower those are interested in the agriculture sector. The president is focused in revamping the educational sector. I think we are challenging the health sector as well. We lack rules. And let me say kudos to the Ministry of Public Works. Today, Senator Monrovia is pride. Senator Monrovia is pride as we speak. All the streets, including the principal streets of Senator Monrovia, Ferry Street, Clay Street, Mamba Point. Send our reporter there to money at night, and you ready, and we ready to enjoy the comfort of that place. So I don't want to believe we'll venture at the moment. This president will not be playing by a private. Yeah.
Okay.
So you celebrating life that the government is supposed to provide for the people as an achievement?
Our people didn't do it. We don't want people like you to come.
Our people did do it. Our people did it. Our people did it, and y'all criticize it. Our people did it, and y'all criticize it. Now you can't celebrate.
What did they do?
What did people do? To give the people life. That what they pay the taxes for.
What did the people do?
The people pay the taxes for you to give them those immunities. So don't can't celebrate. You're talking about same reporter. What about same reporter?
The people deprive them.
Same reporter for what?
Same reporter to validate what I just said.
Are you kidding me?
I say I'm making our stories. So why not we say our reporter?
The people are entitled to it. They pay the taxes. They need to get
it. But it must be told to people like you who believe that nothing is happening.
No, it must be told to you because you criticize it when the Guar government did it.
We did not do it. We are doing it. So we must talk about it.
Oh yes, they did.
Abu, the Guar government post street lights, the same lights, and I saw. Wait. There's a picture that I have. There's a picture that I have that I saw somebody in those light poles.
All the letters blew off.
I'm not saying that you.
It blew off.
Listen,
I thought you said it.
I saw somebody. I saw somebody in the light pole. I have a picture. That person looked like you, but I was saying the picture to see if that person. Right on Central Street. I was in the light. We're moving there. We are like.
The man thought you that a problem that the reason why government giving them hard.
I was seeing the picture.
No, but the reason I'm watching Mr. George to send our reporters there because you want to be present on the show. I always refer to me as somebody who telling lies. So why not we send our reporters to validate what I just said?
They see reporters when they were we are dated too. So tell the reporters to tell you.
The reporter did not say so.
Yes.
But money, that's for the head.
Okay. Okay.
Tomalin, did you guys discuss about the torturing of that boy?
Nobody tortured anybody yet. Who tortured anybody?
We talked about it yesterday, but let us talk about it for a few minutes. So yesterday, we talked about it. The issue is that we're trying to get hold of the guy. They're trying to get hold of the people to talk more about it. But let's go around. At least, please now, everybody should respect everybody at time, right? To get everybody one minute to talk about it. Now, we'll start with you, right? Tell us, do you believe the recording? I'm talking about Ms. Dubo first. Do you believe what he said on our recording, that he was tortured by the authorities to confess, to lie on Kufani? After you, we'll go to Pewee, then Ben, then Abu. Then,
I thought it was
I will be the last one they want to.
Okay, that will be the last. Okay, no problem. After you, we'll go to Ben, then Abu, then Pewee. So, Sarah, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe because according to what I heard, when they released him, and the brother went to visit him, or I think he was still in custody, whatever it was, but the brother went to visit him, and the brother asked him, what were some of his conditions, and then he started explaining those conditions that he had when he was in custody, and then the brother recorded it. So I believe what he said, because when he came, when I saw the video when he came out, when he was, I don't know what it was, for the police station he was coming from or whatever going, but when I saw him coming out and he was limping and his physical appearance appeared to me that, I didn't, from the video, I didn't see any physical mark on him, but I did see him limping, and his physical appearance didn't show that somebody who was treated nicely. And me being a nurse, from my visual appearance and my visual physical look of him, I think to some, I don't know for sure whether he was tortured or not, but I believe him when he said he did, because he was the one who went through his pain. And when I saw him leaping, I think he was in some kind of a pain. So that is what I think. And the very fact that they violated his rights. He was supposed to be giving a lawyer, and they held him beyond 48 hours without a lawyer. That is a violation of his rights. And according to what I heard, he said they took him to some area with the back of NSA where they did a whole bunch of stuff to him. It is upon the government to prove him wrong, because he went through his ordeal. He is the one who is explaining to us what he went through. Okay, and he did mention about some recording, so that the government come out if they can, which I heard they say the NSA don't give press releases and stuff like that, but they do. I mean, they don't offer interview, but they can give some clarification, because the IG is all over the place sometimes, giving different briefings about the fire and this and that. So he can come out, probably he will have an idea, because he was in their custody first before they probably turn him over to NSA. So the IG can come and clarify what were some of the things that the guy said they did, or in the IG can come and debunk it. But for me personally, I believe what he said.
Ben.
Yeah, I mean, I think, look, the police is compromised in this whole case. So the hindering of the whole thing, in as much as the police is around, it's like the police is trying to cover their own tracks or their mistakes. I don't see, I mean, because everything that they're trying to do is just mess up. The police IG came out and started to act as if he was a fire investigator. I mean, all of these things from the riot, the way how the not riot, from the protest, the way they went after the people, the president, up to this time, the police is just so conflicted that I don't tend to believe anything the police is doing as of this time. I think the police themselves needs to be investigated. Why it is true that I don't know how true the guy's story is, I know for a fact that the police is conflicted. Thank you.
Abu.
Ben, you know the difference between the police and the NSA? You know the difference between the police and the NSA?
Yes, I do.
What is the difference between the police and the NSA?
That's what you want to answer to you?
Explain. Don't be asking the man question. Explain yourself.
No, but you know the difference, because you don't even know. Okay, you don't even know.
If I was Ben, I would not answer.
I told you I know. If I will explain it, you will not toggle. That's your time.
You don't know the difference, because if you know the difference, you speak from an informed background. You don't know the difference.
Why do you mean you're speaking from informed? The police, when they
Abu, can you go ahead, please? We're not talking.
Don't mind
no,
yeah, don't waste my time. Go ahead.
I will tell you the difference, but you never want to speak. No, I want to speak. Let me tell you the difference.
You don't survive him. No, what? In the ledger, you don't survive him. You don't know the difference between NSA and the police.
Okay. I do not know.
Okay. There is a right. The guy alleged to be tortured is being investigated by the NSA, not the police. You started by saying that the police is compromised. Is the police investigating?
You see,
that's what you said. Is the police
talking about?
No.
Hey, listen. I told you.
You have a listen. I didn't interrupt you too. I didn't
ask a question.
Yeah, but you didn't answer my question. You did not answer my question. You did not answer my question. So, Chief, Ben,
listen.
Please give him a break. No, Ben, you have to give me my time, Chief. The police is not a one investigating this matter. The matter is being investigated by the NSA. The guy in the so-called recording, listen, the so-called recording the so-called recording that you did listen to, same as I did, was not about the police. The guy is accusing the NSA, coercing him, inducing him, and torturing him to lie
I
on
know
people's
about that whole
Listen,
issue. I'm going to tell
listen,
you the whole fire issue, how it started.
I listen to you quietly. Did I interrupt you? I didn't interrupt you. I listen to you quietly. Say the police
Then go
compromised.
ahead. That's not the nonsense.
The police did not interfere in the investigation. What did the police do? The police arrested him and taking over the NSA for further investigation. And what did the NSA do? The NSA did a recommendation. He was taken to the court.
The police is a part of the case.
Listen, our chief. Unfortunately, yesterday, he got ill, according to Garguah, and he has been discharged from the hospital they took him to. So for you to come on the show and
he's
say
still
the
in the police custody. He is still in the police custody.
I said the man was discharged from the hospital. Did I say the police have released him?
And you say he went home. You say he went
I
home.
didn't say that. I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I didn't say
he went home.
I just told you. I said he has been discharged from the hospital. I didn't say you go home.
He went
Did
home.
I say that? No, I didn't say that.
Yes.
Yeah, but so Ben, like I was saying, right? The recording I did listen to. I did not hear an officer of the NSA in a recording. I only heard him confiding, I think, in one of his relatives. Somebody say his brother, telling him what he went through. For me, I don't want to buy into that. The reason is if you have let's say if you have group of people converging at a particular point where people having serious conversations, only one person voice hearing. For me, I don't give that credence. Only one person will talk in a gathering, and we did not hear officer of the NSA, not anybody, but only one person voice, and that one person voice is the fellow. He telling his brother he was being to allow people name. So in my mind, I was thinking of fabricator.
Have you ever seen the NSA? Have you ever seen the NSA carry on an investigation? You think that?
Yeah, the NSA can carry on corporate investigation.
Sometimes it's just one person that will do the investigation.
The NSA, listen. The NSA can
one person.
Listen, the NSA, listen. Ben. The NSA, it is a covert security agency in this country. Covert. And NSA officer can stand right from happy with that. You don't know that NSA officer. You don't know that NSA officer.
So
in fact, they have people with agency.
Fly.
So Abu, I just if you said that the police arrested him and turned him over to NSA, or what ground did the police do that again? So
because he was accused. He was accused. In fact, he was one of the suspects, an alleged suspect.
I will know all the answer. I mean,
but people answer now. The police declared as suspect regarding the fire saga at the Capitol building. So what?
So I think the police.
Why the police can't investigate him?
The police blundered there. Now, so why we agree in the country that the responsibility of the NSA is that the chief spy institution of our country, the there to coordinate and investigate threat that borders on the country's national security, both from external and internal. I agree on that one, and that's the past process. When the president speaks on a particular issue, all of the government entity want to be part of it. If the police, via her own investigative tactics they deploy, if the police knew clearly that this man was linked to this process, they were there pulling, or there's another action, right? Pulling over and pushing and charging appropriately and following to court. But if they believe that process, if one of the things, if I was part of the investigative process, I would, if it was linked to some terrorism, then you would have not engaged the NSA to do more deeper investigation, because they do have other skills in terms of coming to establish some facts on this issue, and then turn the ban over. But again, the way we handle the issue, we want to make mounting out of just lay slope. Yes, I don't want to make mounting out of those things. And again, the optics and the outcome of those things, if you will, and they're not good for us. And then one of the reasons, as government institution, we have to stop the process of usurpation of function and allow a particular government entity to begin the process and end it. There's a need for collaboration in the process. You guys can collaborate and build some connections in moving on. But on the name and the skill of if he was tortured, and that's a very big if, and that's what I will say again. If he alleged that he was tortured, there will be, and one thing I know, we do have independent doctors in the country and clinics and the rest of that. So what I could advise is that his family or the other side on the divide will take him to for body examination, so that we examine his body and understand he was tortured and all things, and then we can do the recommendation and come off on our process. Then we can hold the government is something, or is he doing this to bad time, if you will, in terms of not trying to dilute the investigation of the security authorities and the rest of that. So the government will have to be serious here in this process and more independent and push to the investigation, because if you conduct the investigation in an independent manner, what it does for the country is that it projects the country rule of law capabilities to be very firm. And the process about reliability and the process of confidence building would be rekindled again, right? And not only rekindled, but there will be some huge level of confidence building moving forward. That's the process about allowing the rule of law and the investigative process to unfold in a very independent and uninterrupted manner. Because if it is motivated by the states in trying to prove a point, then it's a dangerous process. Meaning, not only the citizen wouldn't trust you, but the partners wouldn't also trust you, and it got the level of undermining the democracy or your democratic credentials. So a lot of things will have to play here. Now, they got number one. If he had been charged, I don't know if he had now officially been charged. He had been charged. Is the charge levied against him buildable? That if it is biddable, have you been allowed the chance to go, and because that is a fiduciary right every human being got in the country, right? You got that right, the right to liberty, the right to justice, and if it's a case that is biddable, once you have that time, so open the justice system in the way and manner that will work for all Liberians and allow the partners to trust the system while we move on. But again, it is possible. I have seen that in the case of some individual in the country past time, like Justina Taylor, right? And other things. She lied that she was this, she was that, just in the need of getting some recognition or getting other things. And she came here now and changed the entire tune on things that was not right. So people, it's been proven before. People will lie on certain level, right? So different area that will have to do those things. But if he's actually stated that the guy engaged the process on the basis of that, then we have to change the way forward as the process will have to go. If he called name, you say, okay, the government is torturing him. He been tortured because the government trying to deploy those kind of a torture system on him to force him to comply. This is what we refer to in the call it compliance, right? So that should not be the case. So we have to do a little bit. But we've established that he's lying, then that itself can be another charge coming out of him. Lying, trying to undermine state investigation. So it's a process that will have to be done and conducted by more or less individuals that are trained and very impartial.
Well, I mean, already we tried the fire chief that was here on the program some time ago. They'll be coming to show sometime this week, and they already, I think they are not in agreement with the result of the investigation from that fire incident. So they will tell us more. So, but I listened to the audio, and if this guy is being tortured to lie on the former speaker and his people, it's wrong. If it's found that is established as what they're doing, they're torturing him to lie. Wrong. It's wrong. To lie on the speaker.
He's a former speaker.
I made a mistake. Okay, but if they're encouraging the guy to lie on the speaker, I misspoke. It's true. Yeah, I recognize him as a speaker, a legitimate speaker. So. Yeah, so I'm a human being.
What you telling him you misspoke, Tomalin?
Yeah, so I clear. So the reality is that Speaker Kofa, he is the legitimate speaker, and number two, somebody they've been trying to lie people to accusing the linking to this thing is wrong. And one thing I can tell you though, every year the United States come up with their human rights report. And I believe a lot of things will be in our report when it comes on. It will affect the
sanction. You guys said was sanctioning official government in some time.
I mean, I didn't say it was sanctioning people.
First time, other people on this
show. But I can tell you this for sure. I know with the trends of things going on. I won't be surprised if sanction takes place because honestly, especially what happened, the money that was spent to try to undermine the removal of the speaker, that money that was spent keeping the guys at RGA for almost 3 months, the money they spent and then giving each person $15,000 to remove speaker, it will come up.
We can't admit to that.
It will come up because there's no way that money, like previous said, that money came from the executive branch. It came from the executive branch, and somebody would. What?
The
money they were giving people to say your son to remove speaker, that thing it will come up.
Who told you that? You see, too many gotta be. Don't allow people to deceive you. Who told you that?
What deceive me? As soon as
who gave you
Abu? The people I just said, right? He was the longest person in the legislature. He said.
So who
there's no way that money that came off going on the executive branch?
Executive people. Right?
The executive was part of that thing. Let's get it clear.
The executive was part of it.
No,
the executive was part of it. The money came from them.
Okay.
The money.
I will not argue, Abu, but the fact of the matter is that I'm clear. I know my position is that the executive branch help they sponsor that stuff.
You can't forget about Abu.
They sponsor it. So I will not tell you they're not part of it. Where that money came from? To get imagine now. You get a guy
about 3 times.
You get a 15K each, then it's had an RJ $200 a night for almost 3 months.
Then Jim collect went to $200 from the people 15K.
They did it. Pewee, they did it. The building got burned. He cried a baby. A parent got cried because money in that place. A parent, he cried a baby. You're crying. He said, "Oh my God."
Maybe money in your office.
Exactly.
Jim collect $200 from the people money. You care to come on that?
You what?
He took $200 for him friend money.
I don't want to wait on Friday.
I have a question for you. I have a question.
Abu.
I have a question for you, Abu.
What is the question?
Okay, my question is, on the night of the fire, when the fire took place at the Capitol, who was protecting the Capitol building?
And you ready to come in statement or project that the investigation?
Are you kidding me? Are you really kidding me?
We depend on security apparatus to conduct investigation and the process is ongoing. I'm not sure.
I just want to know in your UP cycle, who was protecting the building when the fire got at the building? Who was protecting the building when the fire got at the building?
The running government, not party.
It was the government. It was the police. We have not heard anything that there's investigation. We have not heard anything. What are the LFP investigators? We have not heard. Don't get me tell. Let me talk. We have not heard anything. We have not heard anything. We have not heard anything. We have not heard anything that this government interrogated those that were at the Capitol building when the fire got at the building. We have not heard anything like that. They only said the investigation was
those were the five suspects.
Don't show your face, my man. You're inside of.
Exactly.
Yeah,
Those were supposed to be the first suspect. Those people that were protecting the building.
Did you ask as to whether they were investigated or not? Did you ask?
I see you because of your government. So you tell me.
Not security apparatus will answer you.
You're not security apparatus?
Because the IG report did not say that.
Come again?
The IG report did not say that.
They didn't say nothing. They did not investigate none of them.
Ben. The IG.
But they want us to believe. They want us to believe that somebody in corporate office did it.
Listen, Ben and Sarah, the IG had a press conference. He communicated to the people. Listen now, bossman. The IG had a press conference. Listen now, chief. He had a press conference. And in that press conference, he was very emphatic that the Capitol building.
The boy can just use words. He was very emphatic.
The Capitol building was there were suspects. There were suspects, and those suspects in the coming days were going to be apprehended and then for further investigation. So as we speak, we have one fellow who were just discussing.
Abu, it is so unprofessional where there's a fire chief and you have an IG for police standing to speak.
There's a tone. It is a tone. It is a tone for me.
Yeah, man, chance to talk about.
So it was so unprofessional for what the IG did, and he prejudiced the entire thing for the fact that in fact, he should not have been close to that investigation because he was the one who assigned people to that building. So the first suspect before any investigation would have been the police officers who were guarding that particular building. Where are those police officers? Where are the statements?
Can I come in?
Yeah, come in.
The investigation was a tone investigation. Tone investigation. Jornt. Tone investigation. Listen, you had a fire service boss.
JORNE.
I said J. You had a fire service.
There's not JORNE. I said you wanted to say JOINED.
Joint.
Joint. Yeah.
Joint.
Oh, as in the past.
JOINT. Joint. You had a joint.
Joint. Okay. All right.
Okay. Yeah. So during that press conference,
we in class with him.
The fire service boss was squeezed by media practitioners that attended the press conference, and he said they had substantial fight to validate that yes, it was not electrical shock that led to the burning of the Capitol building. And he come on and say that it was not. Come again.
And why was the fact that he said that led him to that conclusion?
So do you no facts can be displayed in court.
You're not doing a good job for UPO. You're not doing a good job. You're not doing a good job.
Coming on, see where coming on. See where coming on.
You're not doing a good job. So far, you have not convinced one person on the platform.
What's up, Ben?
What's up for me people like you when you already got out convincing? I'm not speaking. I'm not coming here to confuse
you. I'm listening to
audience. Not you.
I'm okay. I'm listening to my little brother Abu. How are you? You okay?
I can't speak the consciences of the audience. Not you.
No question on the audio yet.
Those are in radio land, social media, whatever medium they watch.
I swear.
These are people who are speaking to, not you.
Are we going to LU? Abu, did you go to LU?
You and me.
Oh, you and me. Anyway, all of this sound the same. So
why you go with sound the same? What do you mean?
With the same big words, that's what I mean. The same big words. When you see, the former minister speaking, say, Sylvester, you guys seen the BB one?
I don't speak well. I communicate. I speak English.
Man, you got BB one there, man.
No, I don't do that. I communicate, you know.
But man,
that process.
I didn't say you don't communicate.
I'm a communicator.
You use a lot of verbose. You got a very verbose. You use the big words.
You guys bought party haircut. Yeah, bought it. Oh, I got a PRP party haircut, right? Congratulations, Chief. I visited the place yesterday.
Oh, so what you do? You're unit about the man going to do visiting our haircut.
Oh, LP, our friend.
They're trying to weird wicked the LP that I was there.
Oh yeah. Try to ban the legs of all.
2029 was it? What I don't be your alliance.
That's a good need for Liberty Party, but for them to get our team now, will be very difficult.
Yeah, the Bob Party haircut. I'm not joking.
They're gonna be a past glory political party.
That's how it used to be. That's a new party haircut.
Okay. There's some money in the party now. They got some people in top government areas.
Yeah, when I get hot protein, what are you talking about?
I don't think
yeah, the people put in CDC or a party haircut. CDC not a party haircut.
Oh, so that CDC party haircut, yeah, what?
Oh, CDC finalizing the party haircut thing.
Can the body play?
Yeah, they not lose that. You forget what I was. CDC not leaving from the party haircut.
People coming on there,
that bad news all looking for.
You are ruling party, you're coming here, they expel you from
the
the
imagine the people fighting to move CDC from their own party haircut when they get party haircut. Abu, you get party haircut? Abu, you get party haircut?
What got party haircut?
Yes.
Yeah, we do.
We gotta not move you twice before Baka one day.
What the way?
Yeah, from Congotan.
And where?
You got what you got what you did from Congotan for lack of pay. For delinquent rent payment.
I whole thing was orchestrated by the
Wait, Abu, you can forget, eh? When you
Abu, what do you don't blame CDC for?
What do
you don't blame CDC for? Everything they talk about that CDC did. CDC. They didn't want all that CDC cost it. All they want that
CDC. That is so funny.
Y'all really give CDC a lot of credit, though. Y'all can really give CDC a lot of credit. Somebody is saying,
you can't run. The reason why we are referencing you, because the McLeans, those people who own the property.
McLean was serving. Rudolph McLean was president of
our government.
Exactly, you are president of the government.
So when we're not in power, now the time the kings they wanted our property.
Yeah, but you should have bought the place. Unlike CDC, CDC was getting ready to buy that place, but because there was a family dispute, they couldn't buy it. That's the reason why CDC did not buy her headquarters.
Chairman, you can be rest assured that place.
They play on Broad Street.
No, come on.
Yeah, you're taking it back. Okay. You got money now. You're in power. So.
You got access to state resources.
You just know that you'll be audited. And I just started auditing.
It's an organized institution. The money we raise, the due we pay.
What do you get paid? Man. What do you already do? You pay? How much do you get paid? Anyway,
you know the party is one of the organized political parties, unlike the CDC.
Show me a receipt for anything do you have ever paid.
Guys, I just want to speak to y'all. I mean, what y'all doing?
Tell me fair still when I made that shoe.
We had a good time last night.
Imagine 219 yeah.
We had a good time. Y'all discussed Ben Johnson funeral?
No, I want to auto discuss it. What he say we didn't come for Prince Johnson. Abu said we're not here for Prince Johnson funeral. You listen to
I didn't say that. No,
Did you listen to what Abu? Did you listen to what VP Cool said?
I didn't say that. Let me repeat what I said. Chairman was not following. Let me repeat what I said. I didn't say that. I said, due to the role Prince Johnson played, as a statement prior to his demise, right, he deserved a befitting burial. So after his burial, listen now, after his burial, they can do the political analysis of what took place today. That's what I said.
I mean, clearly he was a senator. So by virtue of the fact of him being senator, so he is entitled to a state funeral. Am I correct, Pewee?
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah, but I don't like the eulogy of VP gave today. It was very negative.
After the burial.
It was very negative. We're not forced to do it after the burial, but
you
part of the statement he made was not supposed to be made at that particular time.
What did he say?
I sent a video to Tomalin. I sent a video to Tomalin.
Also, when you
yeah.
I think this man is he's a young man. I think he was trying to overly eulogize and then add some fun.
But what part specifically are you talking about, Cyril? Can you highlight it?
Well, I got a video here. Let me play. You can hear it.
To say Senator Johnson was a man who, when
Just listen.
Hold on.
Oh, I think I heard it. I listened to it.
I will wait.
Hold on.
Yeah, y'all got nothing to talk about. It's a robber.
The day of the speaker election was my first day in capital, even know where the achievement was. It was this man who lied here that brought me here. If it wasn't for him, I would not be here. And that's why I'm one of those who believe God sent me for many things, but I was one of the reasons why God sent him. And saying that, thank you for bringing me this far. If I stay here to pay tribute, it will not end. I will tell you. Say we are at a political place, I will only tell this political part. In 2017, he also lifted my hands. And I won again for the second time I represent. At that point, I decided politics, because I wanted to make money, and in the private sector, there's no money. I told the people, thank you, in my district, I was running no more, and I was okay with politics, and after the 6 years, I would go to the private sector. Senator Yala and Uncle Kappa called Senator Johnson to Benin at either ECOWAS conference or some conference. And when they came back, the people they called me and said, look, we left Senator Johnson. But the discussion we have with him, get yourself prepared until he coming to make you senator. And when Senator got to the airport, he asked that I go to the airport. When I got there, he said, Jerry, get prepared to be senator. And I said, Senator, if you want me to be senator, then you got to declare it. And he called the county and said, Jerry is my next senator. And you are with me everywhere in the country, and we won. I became senator. I had 9 years. And so I said, okay, let me focus and just work for my people, and maybe after the 9 years, I can exit. In 2010, around December, late November, early December, I'm getting ready to come for section. And I got a call from Mary Yelu, who sits somewhere around this corner here. When I picked the call, I said, Mary, he said, talk to the senator. And the senator said to me, Jerry, I said, yeah. He said, you are groomed. Get ready to be president of Liberia. He said, president. I said, president for what? He said, for Liberia. I had to have money, maybe the chief was joking to have. I said, okay, chief. He said, why are you saying that it's scary? I said, no, it's here, I'm scared. And all I thought it was a joke. So I came to session. The next day he called me to his house. And then Jerry, you gotta run. I grew you because I wanted you to be after me. Nima is empty. If you don't run, Nima could lose from both of us because I'm not running for president, I'm running for my seat. And so you must fill in this gap. So I resigned from the party, and you will take over the party as the political leader, the standard bearer of the party. Because I'm old, I've tried 2 times. The Liberian people said, no, let me try you. I said, saying that let's take out the standard bearer of that, let's try for political leader. Because this is something, I mean, no discussion, no prepare, nothing. And the press started hearing the news, calling me, and they want to confirm it because my old man for down. When he says something in the morning, in the evening, he will flip it. So I was careful. After the last thing I'm making it happen today, I will not talk some because tomorrow when I talk some, they will put it on me laugh. I didn't know he was serious. Knowing Senator Johnson, I would all know he was the man who was a rooster, and when he crowed, no other rooster should crow. Why would he want me to be a leader? It was unbelievable. When we got in Ganta, the program was about to start. After the guy can still change his minds. I will not say anything until he cast the white ballot. He said, I'm old and then the phone will take over from here and continue. Right after that, we got in Monrovia. I got a call from President Guar that he wanted to see me. When I got there, he said, my son, I want you to support me. I said, gee, I hear you. I supported you in 2017. I will talk to Senator Johnson. I will get back to you. The next morning, I'm calling. I went to the house. So I was called by President Guar, Vice President. And he want me to support him. He said, I'm not spoken to him since 2017. But give me a number. Let's support him. When I gave the number, he called 2-3 times president, former Vice President Guar at the time. Now I have number 2. So he called me, he said, I'm calling the woman answered me a letter. They angry with me for 2017. So I said, let me call Jake. I called Jake, and Jake ran to former Vice President Guar at the time. And they both spoke. And you were up front. He said, take my son, and we will support you. President Guar, being the person who he is, wants to do things the way he wishes, and nobody can put him. He said, Senator, I hear you. I will make my decision. After some time, the old man called me and said, Chief, I will support you. But there was nothing like VP. But I was telling that Johnson, he was somebody when he wants something, he wouldn't be around the thing, you want to be diplomatic about it, he will open it up.
But he conditioned to support.
I remember he called the Nyenwolo people across the country. He started in Monrovia, and he put up there and cried. He said, you're supported. 2017, we all know the story. Senator Johnson is somebody who, you can be in Canada now, you call him, but I get your 5 here, you will come there for it.
What do you want? What do you want?
He said no. He said there's a mission. And with the mission, if I die, I will die. There are videos of some of the things they say. We went from every village and town in the map. And I'm here today. So if I say to you, I believe I'm one of those who Johnson came to a company. Senator, thank you. Brought me far. Thank you. Bless you.
Okay, so what is it?
I don't think anything wrong with it. I just listen.
But I want to hear Sarah.
Senator Johnson is somebody who, when he tell you, say you get 5G for him, and he will come running for it. What is that all about?
What is wrong with that?
I don't.
What are you
Yeah,
trying
for
to
me,
portray the senator to be? What are you trying to portray the senator to be? The negativity coming from it is wrong. Even if the senator just good for you, that was not the time. I mean, you can say whatever you want to say, but for me, I think that was not the best place to say it.
Nothing.
Oh,
Yeah.
Senator Johnson and somebody, when you tell you say you get 5G for him, he coming running for it. Really?
For me, the only
y'all speak one at a time.
And then he said, oh, you know, the old man sometimes he can flip. So the thing why he said, I believe it. What? That now you know he can flip?
Man, I just
okay, so for me,
I mean, y'all tell me if I'm wrong, or y'all tell me if I'm wrong, but I think
like I said,
okay, Sarah, let you from Ben.
So, like I said before, he was just trying to show another light side of the senator. Like I said, he was trying to humanize him. However, in doing that, it came out a little bit like he was somebody who was more of like a money getter. And the reason why one would claim that is because of the current video where the senator himself is complaining of Jerry not giving him anything, of Jerry being mean. That is where you can put together. That's what I said.
I mean, you guys can say what, but to me, I think that was just some of it was. I mean, I understand what Ben is saying, but I think some of it was just negative. It wasn't necessary.
Yeah, for me, I don't really see anything. But the only disappointing aspect is that all the things he said today, and to allow this old man to cry to a Liberian journalist recently, the way what he said today about this man, for this man to just recently, before just few days before he passed, then I thought it didn't reflect what he said today. And that's quite unfortunate. And that's my only thing. I would just stop there. Well, all he said today, the woman started from that, put him as representative, got it, senator, got it, this. And listen, what he did say about what Bwagasa would take my time, that was a direct instruction from the woman to him. If you take my son, we will support you. If Bwaka hadn't taken Kun, he was not going to support Bwaka.
Of course not.
You're going to come, but you're not going to support Bwaka.
Of course not.
And his anticipation was that my son, the vice president, anything I want, I will get.
Look out for me. Yeah.
I'll get it.
And unfortunately,
Abu, what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts? You want to come in?
No, Chairman, nothing more, man. I don't see anything wrong with it.
So since you don't, let me give my thoughts. I think I'm leaning more on Pewee towards Pewee. And I think, Sarah, I think you do have a point where you said, well, I think it was an attempt to maybe share a light moment to say, oh, you know, probably when you hear 5G, probably will run for it or something like that.
Right.
And it's easier for it to. I can understand how it can come across, right? Where people may think, oh, but the flip side to that coin is that everybody knows PYJ. It's not like he was saying something that people didn't know. PYJ was a man who, you know, he was very complex. He was a controversial figure. There's no reason why. The reason why people are even having the conversation about PYJ is because of who he is and who he represents. But I do agree 100% with Pewee. I think what he did leave out of that story was the current reality, because it is known. It's not and PYJ is. And PYJ words are out there. It's not like there's that they say or somebody's saying it, right? PYJ was very explicit in his last days about how unhappy he was, including with the vice president, who he felt had, to a certain extent, neglected him. Now, I don't know the context and the extent to what ended up happening in the end, but like Pewee said, I think with all of what he said today, if those tapes did not exist, it probably would have been such a solid eulogy and a solid send home from a son
Right.
But towards the end, it clearly shows that the father was not too happy with the son because he felt the son wasn't looking out for him. And I would say to VP Koon's defense, in a certain extent, he's vice president, right? So he has to tread certain waters. But you know, in Prince Johnson didn't think that way. He was like, listen, we made these people president. We won them the presidency, and which is a fact that if Koon was not on that ticket, if they had picked Yombly, if they had picked anybody, we would have beaten them. There's no, I mean, I think it is a clear-cut fact right now, right? So Prince Johnson did have the gravitas and the ground and the foundation to stand on to say, you know what, we deserve more than what we're getting right now, and you should be arguing, you should be standing more. But yeah, no, I thought the only thing is that I know there's a lot of mixed feelings out there about the level of the way the funeral, the grandiose, and you know about. I mean, it almost looked like someone messaged me today and say it almost looked like a president passed away. That the kind of fanfare, but you got to understand though. I don't think the fanfare, because we have had state funerals in Liberia before. We have had grand state funerals in Liberia, but you got to understand what Prince Johnson represented. He represented Nimba County is a huge county. His people are all over the country. There's a lot of Nimbayans in Montserrado County. So I think if we can imagine what we saw in Montserrado today, imagine what's going to happen in Nimba tomorrow.
Yeah, Nimba gonna come to a standstill.
It's going to come to a standstill. I think they are going to really give him a send off, and you're going to have all of Liberia except all former presidents are expected to be in attendance. The current president will be in attendance. I mean, it's going to be, because whether we like it or not, this man has played a role in all of these people's lives. Right?
Of course,
and they all owe their presidencies to him.
Yeah.
Including
the one that abandoned here last.
That's what I'm saying, right? The Ellen Johnson Sirleaf would not have possibly gotten that stamp of approval.
According to him now, but he said he was abandoned. So
yeah,
I just got one other point to make. I mean, another thing they did I didn't really like. I mean, if you take a look at this picture, right, how they have all these things. This is a man who, even though with all his atrocities, he became a man of God. Whether you believe it or not, it's between he and God. Whether God forgave him.
So that one, let me say this. That one is the traditional thing. I know.
No, they had guns. They could have portrayed.
No, it wasn't gun. It wasn't.
No, I mean, like they had something portrayed like a gun.
A replica. It's a society. It's a society in Nimba that, and it's the women. They were all women in red, right? I think they were all women in red with these raffles.
So, Ben, let her know that let's understand here also that the man was a soldier.
But that's what I'm saying.
Almost soldier.
No, but he repented. He became.
But not even that don't represent soldier. That is purely traditional.
A tradition, right?
That is purely traditional. Trust me.
Purely tradition with showing with something like guns.
Yeah. Sarah, it is purely traditional. Though that I know about that traditional society, I know how they operate. When they are from Nimba, there's a sect in Nimba that and he was kind of like the grand Zoe for them. So when I saw it, I knew straight, you know.
So they disregarded the fact that he was a man of God. There's nothing.
Well, but that's what I'm saying, Sarah. The man was a complex human being. He was complex. Prince Johnson was in all of the traditional societies in the country. Oh,
but I mean, it is the same way.
He was a man of many contradictions. That was the mystique and the mystery of Prince Johnson, right?
Very interactive.
And again, like I said, just get ready. You're gonna see some things this week that you probably have not and they're gonna showcase it. They're gonna showcase it, right?
When is he gonna be buried?
I think
Saturday.
Saturday, yeah. Saturday.
So it's going to be a whole week of different.
I think they're taking him to Campley tonight or tomorrow. No, I think tonight he's at his church in Monrovia. Tomorrow morning he goes to Campley. From Campley to Saclay, PA, they end up in Saniquele. They go to Ganta. I think that's where the main funeral is at his university, and then they're gonna lay him to rest. And you know, there's the whole traditional thing, you know, and you got to also understand. That component of that part of it that on the state funeral part. That one is purely under the hand, right? Yeah.
So where is he gonna be buried? Ganta or his hometown?
No, I think it's his hometown. From what I don't know. I think that's an itinerary, but
I'll have to see the official gazette. The gazette issue.
I hope they can bring him to Monserrato. Why
No,
they
they
bury
can
him in Monserrato?
They will bury the main Monserrato.
I will have to see the official.
I understand they have built. I understand they have built a mausoleum for him.
That's because if you were going to get buried in Monserrato, I'm sure the next day they're going to find out everything open.
What the hell?
No, they were
No,
not.
Open.
You understand? We're not. Our like.
How are you taking the country to be
our
Ben?
people are not like that.
And the men are saying,
the people who you know,
talk.
Yeah.
You saw. I come on, don't say. You saw Maggie. You saw why they bury Maggie. You saw anybody broke there.
Pewee.
Our people have respect for the dead.
We don't do that.
No, that's not true. That is not true. In fact, my dear mother is not Prince Johnson. So don't even make that.
Why don't break the Prince Johnson?
Yeah, but Ben, who you think will break who
will break that?
I am telling you, I can challenge you 200 times if the better Prince Johnson in Monserrato, in Monserrato, they break, the casket will never be there.
I doubt it.
You want to talk about tradition? And the Zogos there, they're busting grave digging.
No, that one are different.
Yeah.
No, but that one are different, Ben. That one are different.
But do you know
those are criminal activities. Generally, Liberians have great respect for the dead. Trust me.
He doesn't know this. Probably
that's not true.
He doesn't know this, and he need to be taught about this kind of a thing. Right? So now he just sit down and just talk in that kind of way, and he behave as. And sometimes we're not going to respond to these things. It's just unfair. Do you know how many Liberians have been buried in very expensive casket or bronze in the country that no one touching their grave?
Those Liberians are not Prince Johnson. Those Liberians are not Prince Johnson. They're not Prince Johnson.
Do you know who and what and other things that have been going on? Now, most of the grave you see doesn't happen to these are abandoned graveyards that people do some of this sometimes in some cases. It happens across
criminal activities. Criminal
issues that unfold.
Criminal activities.
Everything about Liberia, like yesterday, you sit down in this country, you don't understand nothing about the country, you just talk everything that way.
Ben, I can tell you guys 100%. The very
I don't think so. I doubt it. Yeah.
Ben, and then,
but who highlighted anything, man? Y'all start highlighting anything.
You are passing if you know everybody put that. That's all coming on and the party put you.
Who's that?
That's what defend what CDC.
All right, guys. Well, I have to take a break. I think we're coming back later tonight. So I just wanted to come and say hi.
Yeah, I wanted to join yesterday, but I will join you tomorrow.
Yeah, we have. I don't know if we have a show. I have fun from Tomalin. I don't know.
The PBA, we already.
Yeah, we can just call it.
Abu, you tired talking? Wow, the first time Abu tired talking. He called him.
It's a one already go to net, Abu.
I know.
Abu, so you in your office? Are you in your office or you home?
No, home, Chairman.
Oh, you home? Okay.
It's a one.
Abu.
Yeah.
I don't have your number. You need to send me.
Wi-Fi.
I need to ask you something.
All right, Chairman.
Yeah. How do I? You want call anyway? You can call your number on the show.
Let me send it to you. Ben.
Yeah, Pewee, send it to me. And Pewee, I'm mailing a thing tomorrow. Yeah, I haven't had the time to go to the post office. That's all.
All right.
Where is it, Ben? Where is it? Why the beginning?
I was saying the beginning for you. The partner will call you.
Oh, my man, listen, let me tell you something, right? I'll never shy away, or nor do I intend to shy away from my friends. They are my friends. They are my friends. And I share the view that, listen, I share the view that whosoever that struggles for a political emancipation, when that dividend comes, that person should benefit.
Political emancipation. Wait, let me give you whatever.
Abu justify a paycheck.
You justify the paycheck.
Yeah.
You support that coming in the 2023 election. If coming out one election.
No, but the problem with y'all, Abu, let me tell you the problem with y'all.
Let me tell you,
Abu, the problem with y'all made it appear like everybody else who was supporting other candidates were doing it because they wanted jobs.
Yes.
They didn't like the country.
Yes.
Y'all made it look like y'all who were supporting Boyka, y'all didn't want jobs.
Like
y'all were doing it because
they wanted to rescue the country.
Yeah. You know, somebody was just telling me just now that what the board what the board need was just disgrace. They say Gray was giving what he need hard time on spoon just now.
Fadiga.
They say Fadiga is appointed as minister, and I remember Fadiga insulting people like us, saying that we filing CDC because of money, because we want job. And for to see Fadiga end up getting minister counselor for press and I mean,
he leave from here.
Are you kidding me?
You say you got a 6K job. I mean,
are you kidding me?
Where they appointed here again?
To Paris, minister counselor. Who see Fadiga? I'm not talking about his brother from LDA.
Minister counselor for press is not even at the level of a first secretary.
Exactly, for rankings. Because I know if you are minister counselor,
I'm my salary.
If you are minister counselor, you are like next to the ambassador because you can be chargé, you can be deputy chief of mission. There's a lot of things that come with that.
Yeah, minister
counselor for press, and you representing the information ministry.
There's nothing Ben will call minister counselor for press.
They just created that job. They created
as a spokesperson of that embassy. So the whole process is wrong. So there's nothing.
Thank you, Pewee. I wanted to ask you because when the person said to me that they said they appointed him minister counselor for press and public,
it's wrong.
I was like, minister because that should be a press attaché, right?
Minister counselor is a high ranking.
It's like deputy chief of.
Yeah, minister counselor. You almost said from then on, the next thing you will go to now probably. We have minister counselor for political affairs. We have minister counselor for consular affairs. We have minister counselor for this. So from minister counselor to the next thing you go now to then you chargé. Then you go deputy chief of mission, if you will. So we have the press attaché. For instance,
press attaché, exactly.
Yeah. We got Abba Jaja is in London as a press attaché.
So what position he got?
That's the position they gave him. I don't know that one is doing again with. So in that position,
maybe they just want to. Maybe they just want to get.
I will say that. I will
that. I say this to say.
And that position is not even for the foreign ministry.
I say this to say.
I will not get nothing to say on that one.
I say this to say because
information that do.
No, and I say this to say because Fadiga is a friend, and I know him. You know, but you know the level at which these guys went in this last election, trying to ping people like, you know, like we didn't have. Now I can ask them, y'all see, do I look like my life not change? Does it even look? Joey are not in power. In fact, Joey was supposed to be paying my rent, taking care of me. He no longer in power. How am I still able to live? How am I still able to do the things to send my kids to school? My son is in college at LSU, which is an Ivy League university in this country, right? So, but the way they portrayed it, Pewee, was like, if you were not supporting Unity Party, then it means you didn't like the country, or you were just after yourself. You know, it was either Cummings were paying you. Once you support Cummings, then he was paying you. Then he was doing, when you support We Are, oh no. You know, you.
And ironically, they also left from ESPN after the election, just job hunting now.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, and I always tell people, I say, if George Weah had won that election, if George Weah had won that election, listen, I'm never going to sit here and say, look, it's an honor, it's a privilege, it's the greatest honor to serve your country.
Of course.
It's the greatest honor when your president picks up that phone and calls you and say, I want you to serve. In fact, in this country, there's an unwritten rule. You can't say no to the president when the president calls you to serve. It's hard. It's difficult for people to say no to the president. But I always used to say that even if we had won that election and he had called and said, oh, Ben, it was going to be dependent on what he was going to be saying I should do, right? Because there's several things that I had to take into consideration. I have a family. I have responsibilities. But they made it a PLA. Everybody who supported we were just jumping behind we because, we didn't like the country. We never loved Liberia. Liberia was we just wanted to see the country damaged. Forgetting to understand that I can have my side, you can have your side, and we can coexist. That's the beauty of democracy.
Of course, absolutely.
And so I remember listening to them disparaging people. Disparaging people. I remember Fadiga used to say how they were making 20,000 of money. I would be making 20,000 of money in America and leave it to go be minister, press attaché.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm trying to make sense of that. I'm really trying to make. I mean, I agree now that
Ben speak now.
So for me, I think that I just wanted to say that because somebody mentioned it to me that Gray rarely cleaned his clock this evening because I think the discussion was about, and I see Helena even putting it here, right? That the discussion was about him going through some training, some crash course at the Foreign Service Institute, and he didn't have it. But it just shows again, like I say, at the end of the day, everybody was in the thing, and that's why I hear them say, political pay, not in heaven, on earth. I'm like, oh wow, that now you know political pay, not in
your salary is 1,000, 1,000, I think 1,004, 1,005, thereabout.
People say 1,000 a
month.
Yes, a month. Then it pay a rent.
Oh no.
Then it pay
I
a
see
rent.
why the city can be too much.
God.
Then it pay a rent. 1,600 a month. Then it pay a rent. Then whatever the rent will be, maybe you go to the rental property. If it's here, property give you the rent, the code, they set the code, and everybody trying to be in that category. So I don't know if they will get special treatment to say, okay, maybe we'll get this, we'll get that. I don't know.
Well, I wish him well. Listen, I wish Fadiga well. I congratulate him on his ascendancy, his new portfolio. I mean,
he in Paris now.
No, I don't know. But I mean, that's why I hear that he's supposed to be going to Paris. We wish him well. We thank him. We wish him well that he served his country with distinction. And and my thing is, there was just too much venom in this election, man. And then to see the ashtray and the ostracity that going on right now, what was all the noise about? What was all this noise about? Just going after people and insulting people and denigrating people. I mean, some of the people that used to be insulting me, when I look at it now on Facebook, I'm like, really? Are you kidding me? I mean, I'm better than nobody, but shoot. Everybody felt they had a voice because they had a tablet or they had a phone that they could just call and say anything to somebody.
Yeah. That's it.
You don't do that. I think politics should be elevated. We can have spirited debates. We can have strong debates. We can talk about it.
TV, man.
And we take it from there.
I used to.
Yeah.
So Ben, before you leave, what you make of? You got to Ben, so I'm talking about Ben Sanvee.
My man.
Ben, before you leave, what you
but I didn't even know you stood there, yo. That was your turn.
You know what?
I know.
He said he's a deal with me on SKTV. Well, I didn't even know him, so that was your turn.
You see, Ben, I know you know me.
Now you say you don't deal with me. I think that you talking with strength.
I remember.
I was asking Ben because you came after we had a discussion. What you make of Double Jala's statement today about the budget, how they have overperformed? No, because we didn't get Ben's perspective.
No, I haven't followed it. What did he say? They overperform. What do you mean? Did they
overperform?
What they anticipated?
Maybe people can better explain it because he knows more about budget.
So There was a press conference today from the NRA saying that they met their projected target and collected in excess of $2 million.
Well, that's good.
So which is $692 million collected. So the
That's
projected, according to them, the
Oh.
projected one should have been 692. But my own problem there is that I thought he was not that detailed, because but that process, we should first and foremost visit the immediate recast budget. And we'll know from the recast budget to see if he met his target. But the recast budget that was signed by the president in May of last year was $738 million. And you collected $692 million.
So then it fell short.
Yes, but I think what they tried to do is that they were trying to look at the process of excluding the domestic collection, because the 738 that will include amount that was committed by international partners.
So they will include external.
Yes. So what they should have done in the press conference today was to deflect that. You deflect that amount and then try to come and tell everyone, okay, yes.
So what was projected to be collected externally? What was the external income?
They didn't even say that, but the total from the recast that the president signed was $738 million. And they said they collected 692, and they're saying they overperformed. No, that's not, you did not overperform.
Well, so let me so I'm trying to ask something. So if they said they collected 692, the seven, what was the number?
738.
738. Hold on one second. So 738 was the total. 738 was the total.
Yes.
Right? How much of this 730? Okay, so if you minus 738 from 692,
yeah, then you know that the variance will be.
You know the difference?
Yeah, that would be.
But what? So the external is not, the external are grants and assistance, right? Bilateral assistance.
Yes, that's correct. And some of them will come with conditions. So if you didn't meet those, and some of them, so I thought they should have. I'm still trying to say, I thought they should have just made that clear that maybe we are meeting the token of the side of the domestic process. That would have been it.
So technically so 46. So technically the collector 692, right?
Yes.
Local domestic.
Yeah, domestic revenue.
What was earmarked domestic though? What was the earmarked domestic?
I think it's 690.
So then they did collect more than 2 million, right?
Yeah, but again, the entire budget.
The budget.
So it is on the basis of the recast. You will know how much you're going to collect. So what I wanted them to do is to make that clear that the extended money didn't come. But we did commit.
So specify. Yeah, they should have specified.
They should have specified.
What they had done was to say, okay, 738. Maybe they should have said 738 was the total recast, right?
Yes.
Out of that 738, 42 or 40, whatever that number was expected from external sources. That external source, that's not something they have control over.
Yes. So you can make that and just get your game again and say, okay, but from our side, the domestic side.
So from the domestic side, we projected to collect 690.
And we collected 692.
And we collected 692. So there was a 2 million plus.
Mm-hmm.
So they did meet their target. They passed their target.
Yes, but that did pass it actually. Yes.
Yeah.
So then how can they talking about budget shortfall again?
The shortfall is coming from the external aspect of it.
From the external aspect, something they don't have any control over. But the question though is, why did they not get? Why did they project 48?
No, guys. Here is what you guys are missing.
So what's one of the reasons why the money didn't come? Because the money come with commitment. So I mean, you have to. There's certain benchmark. If you didn't meet those benchmarks, the money won't come.
All right.
Well, I need to listen to the press conference.
Yes.
Anyway,
so Ben,
my time is up.
So if you said that,
you defending too much. You be on everybody push.
Today is the girl's birthday. Today is her birthday. Be nice to her.
Is Sarah's birthday? Oh, happy birthday,
Sarah. Happy birthday to Sarah.
Oh, okay. Oh, you all been talking about it.
I didn't even know it was Sarah's birthday. Okay.
He crazy.
But anyway,
I thought about it.
Yeah, but Ben, good night, guys. The other man can talk about eBay.
Good night, my brother. Study
I
your
didn't even
call.
know. I don't. I
Yeah,
never
I
know
will
you
send you
go.
a-
I
yeah,
didn't gotta know if you say you
Billy,
deal
my
me.
man, Billy, I used to deal with you, my man.
You don't deal me, eh?
I said, I saw second bring. I said, what I mean, I second bring. So, yeah, what I meant for you.
I know you so, but you so learn from me plenty.
All right,
I'm for that, man.
You so
What I
learn
meant
from
for
me.
you,